And I tell you, he was one of the strongest running backs in the weight room. And now he's a guy that's serving our community. But right now, we got Brownlee serving left-hand finishes for the Renegades. Fortunate. Matthews running the show from point. Gets it over to Ramirez. Ramirez inside to Brownlee. A little contact, and she plays through it. And Coach Grant Bingham is like, where's the call? Because that definitely was some contact on the wing for the Vaqueros. Nice entry pass inside. Oh, and that's a nice rebound by Rivers.
Oh, nice block by Beautiful Vasquez.
Beautiful defense by Beautiful Vasquez. Nice bounce pass to Brownlee. Brownlee with the finish. Gotta love Vasquez doing it all on both ends of the floor. Basketball team, and now that leads to numbers.
Danica with the pop. Nope.
Renegades with numbers. Tolentino with the deep three, and guess who gets the rebound? Of course she does. Ramirez, and that's another one for Alexia Ramirez. She got me up out of my seat, and another turnover.
Yes.
We've seen, let alone the other turnovers.
We talk about the Vaqueros. Renegades should not do the same, too. They need to be careful of those turnovers, giving them that free possession.
Absolutely. Nice move.
Lean.
Amazing shot.
10-point deficit to the Vaqueros. 49-39, Bakersfield.
Deep three for the Vaqueros, and that's going to be rebounded by Araneva. Nice pressure defense by the Vaqueros, and now we get it to Tolentino. She's attacking, and that's going to be a nice finger roll by Danica as the Vaqueros get one more shot in with 1.3 seconds left, and that is it. Our players of the game are going to be Alexia Ramirez and Diamond Brownlee dominating on the glass, and that is going to be a win for the Bakersfield College women's basketball team.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
And he's got 17, so he's shooting well from downtown. And Zach Garnett coming right out of the half, and he drains a three, and it looks like they called that a 2 by Elijah Wade. Now they're down low to Henderson. Henderson backing in Reed. Back out to Chavez. Back to Henderson again, down under the bucket, and throws that one just up and in. And Zykir Henderson just has the ability. He doesn't even have to use the backboard. It's that soft touch when you're making contact that he just has a command over. Yes. Henderson had a hand on it. Chavez wrangled it. Back outside to Famuso. Chavez once again. Muscle memory does its job, and he drains the three. Garnett with good defense on Jaden Merchant. Merchant once again driving to the basket. And a block. Zach Garnett with the long reach. Chavez once again. And he gets that one to go. Gustavus Chavez getting hot, Julian Wilson.
I tell you what, that is his shot, and he's made it plain.
And gets that one to go. Davis being shut down, but manages to go high off the glass, being guarded heavily by Blake Jones. Condors have gone a little cold now from beyond the arc. That one out to Davis on the perimeter, and he gets that one to rattle in and down. And Damari Davis now with 17 points. They're the only ones really in any kind of foul trouble right now for the Condors. Tyler with a nice rebound. Henderson trying to come over the top underneath the basket and lays that one up and in. He was behind the backboard, reached forward and put that one up and over the rim for the score. And now he's Damari Davis now down at the line. Davis with 20 points in the game, the second leading scorer for the Renegades. Rebound by Henderson, puts it back on the deck and back and in. And Henderson now 39 points. So the clock counting down. BC still with a commanding lead. And the quick score by Anoki. And BC should run the clock out now as the game clock is off. And the Renegades going to come away and improve to 7-6 on the season. And that's going to do it. Final score for today's game. BC got to 100, and it's going to be Bakersfield College 100, and the Oxnard Condors 88.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
And again, another steal, and now we get it up and into Miller. Miller fresh off the bench, and he's able to take advantage of that turnover. Santa Monica pushes it ahead. Famosu with great defense gets a block, and now you've got Wade. Wade puts it up in a reverse right-handed layup is good. They tie the game back up, and the Renegades are moving. Again, another steal. Again, Famosu has come in and has played some amazing defense. He's going to get rewarded for it as he comes right back down underneath the basket, scores, gets the Renegades a lead. And Santa out of Mayfair High in Lakewood. You got Markel Brooks downtown. Good. First 3-point made for the Renegades.
Learning how he held the ball. He didn't tip it. He controlled it and kept it up.
And he gets a steal right here. Gets it over to Markel Brooks, who throws it down. Henderson brings it up court, working on Daniels. Pulls up for three. Good for Zakir Henderson. It almost looked like for about 60 feet he was looking at that shot like, this is what I'm going to do. Chavez takes the ball away. He's looking up to Famuso. Kicks it back over to Henderson. Santa Monica now getting close to foul trouble as well, too. They've got 5 team fouls. Garnett pulls up from three. Good. The freshman out of Frontier makes this a 15-point game, 52-37, and nearly a steal right there for Damari Davis, but he gets another one, stays on it. Henderson goes up strong and gets the basket. Corsairs, now they get it over. Oh, and another block right there. Miller looks like he got it first, and then it got deflected over to Henderson. Davis from downtown, and it is good. 24-point lead for the Renegades. Got it stolen in the process. So now Corsairs down. Garrett Mills gets it inside, but it gets stolen, and now the Renegades are going to be able to dribble this out and pick up their 9th win of the season, and more importantly, 1-0 in conference play. Corsairs dropped to 3-12, 0-1 in conference play. And that will do it. Renegades get the win, and they.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
Rebound to Aranavia. Now Tolentino from way downtown, good! First basket of the game for the Lady Renegades. It's from way downtown, about 28-foot shot right there. So now the Corsairs up 4-3. Niederbaumer has it above the three-point line, flips it over to Ranavia. Three-point attempt. Going to be off the glass, and it's good. Tell you what, the bank hours here at the Renegade Athletic Center must be after 7 o'clock.
After 7.
Already exciting basketball right now from these ladies as we got a steal and a block. Ranavia initiated that. She gets it over to Niederbaumer. Stops, pops from downtown. It is good. A lot of energy. Niederbaumer from downtown, and it's good. 2 of 2 tonight so far. Up in Warrior Country in Tehachapi. I don't know if Niederbaumer's headed back up the mountain. I'd imagine she is. As she gets the ball in the corner, shoots a three, and it's good. Third three-point shot of the game for Niederbaumer. 3 of 4, 9 points. So like we said, these point guards here pretty evenly matched up. Niederbaumer firing from downtown. Fourth three-point shot of the game for Jamie Niederbaumer. You know, we like to try to get as much diversity in our post-game interviews,
Yes, we can.
but Niederbaumer might be, you know, our post-game interview again. Number 22, Liana Onaveros, had a wide-open shot to get the ball in to Brownlee, and Dumet cleaned it up. But now we've got Aranova. Gets it over to Niederbaumer for three. How do you leave her open? 5 of 6 so far tonight. She's got 15 points, and we're just in the first half. In 16. Coach Bingham says, hey, last shot. Guess who's going to have it in her hands? Niederbaumer. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. She's going to put it up. From way downtown. Bang! Wow! Jamie Niederbaumer. 6 syllables in that name. 6 3 points made in that first half.
Wow, what a closeout. What a
Wow.
closeout.
So Ramirez. Now over to Ronova. Now to Niederbaumer. Niederbaumer. Dribble drive. Puts it up with her left hand. Hoop in the arm. And I'll tell you what, she's going to get 3 points no matter how she can
That's right.
get it, whether it's from behind the arc or a hoop and a arm. Ball gets inbound by the Corsairs. Gets the ball ripped away, though, by Lexi Ramirez. Tell you what, even though the story is Niederbaumer, Lexi Ramirez is playing good hustle basketball, and Tolentino now flips it up and in. She's got 16 points right on the heels. Vasquez dribbles underneath, and a reverse layup is good. Again, about the only way that you're going to be able to get around Dumit. Renegades now with 5 seconds. Tolentino drives, going to look for the easy basket, and she gets it before the end of the quarter. She was at the top of the key. I think Santa Monica rested on their heels, thought she was going to take a long shot. She's seen that she had 3 seconds to go, and she made it to the basket in 2.
They literally went back on their heels.
So the Renegades have opened up a 39-point lead as we head into the fourth quarter. Yeah, Onaveros a little worse for wear over there. Now we've got Beyonce Fimbres in the game. She flips it out to Samaniego. Second three-pointer of the game for Mia Samaniego out of McFarland High School. You got Rachel Green in the game now for the Renegades. Last time I was on the call, we referenced the name Rachel Green as Bunting gets her first bucket of the game. Nevaeh Matthews dribbling it up, gives it over to Fimbres. Drives, kicks it out to Rachel Green, who shoots it from 15 feet outside, and it's good. Now in this section as well, too,
Yes, they
in
do.
their conference, that they're going to have to worry about going on down the line. You know, Glendale is one of them. They are ranked number 13, and that's probably going to be the who is going to be the thorn in their side. But with this right here, I can tell you, and a good sportsmanship right there, Dumit goes over to check to see that Nevaeh Matthews is okay.
Yes.
So that's pretty awesome. Final score here from the rack. The Lady Renegades pick up a big win, 83-45, improving their record to 9-6. Again, they'll be right back here at the rack.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
Oh, and right there, they just let Gustavo Chavez just get away. And now there's only a few seconds difference between the game clock and the shot clock.
And they'll need to foul.
And they're going to have to foul. Absolutely. 25.6 seconds left on the game clock and 21 seconds left on the shot clock. And they're going to have to do one of two things, depending on how Greg McCall drew it up. Either make a quick score or they're going to have to come down and shoot the three-pointer and hope for a tie. James Miller, and he's going to draw the foul.
Not a bad foul.
Not a bad foul at all because you're having to reset. And that actually gives the advantage to Reilly because they're nowhere close to the bonus.
Right.
Reilly still has 3 fouls to give before the Renegades are in the bonus. Miller from the three-point line. Oh, and it goes! They're tying it up! Miller ties it up. Oh, no! And a quick score by Reilly. C.J. Cornegay all alone on the baseline.
Wow.
And gets the easy layup. And the Renegades, so much promise in that three-point shot.
Yes.
And the hope of going to overtime. And with less than 13 seconds on the clock, Reilly comes down and lays in an easy bucket.
And it wasn't a planned bucket. It was just, that's what happened through all the scatter. I guess that's what I could call it, scatter. Be a lot easier.
Markel Brooks is guarded by C.J. Cornegay down here at the far end. And Brooks is going to get the ball. Miller's going to throw it over to the corner. It's thrown up. It's good.
It's good.
It's good.
It's good.
The basket. It counts. The basket counts. In the corner, Tyron Tyler. And the basket is going to count. Wow, 2-point basket, and the game is tied, and we're going to overtime. Wow, what a shot. Are you kidding me? Really trying to slow it up. They're in control right now with a 3-point lead. Renegades need to get a turnover, and Markel Brooks comes in at the last minute. And I thought Devin Marshall was going to find his way at the basket once again. And Brooks with good defense.
And that was a great block.
Henderson into the paint, dishes out to Brooks. Brooks from the three-point line, and it's good! And the game tied back up at 79 now with just less than 2 minutes to go. 7 seconds left to go on the shot clock for Reilly. And Elijah Wade's going to come back in for Chavez. And they're going to swap ends, it seems, back and forth between offense and defense. Wade better on defense than Chavez. And a nice finger roll by Markel Brooks, and the Renegades have the lead 81-79. A long three miss by Luke Meshnick. Markel Brooks from the arc, and he gets that one to go. Three-pointer. And boy, did the Renegades need that at this point right here. And Chavez does put that one, and it's 93-89, a 4-point lead for the Renegades. And Reilly, anything they can do will not help this one out. That's a three-point shot, but there's 0.4 left on the clock. The Renegades just need to inbound it, and that's pretty much going to do it. And the Renegades take this one 93-92 over the Reilly Tigers in a fantastic game and a fantastic performance by both squads, but wow.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
And I don't know if we have the soccer team or the softball team for Bakersfield College, but they're going to be cheering all night, looks like.
Yeah, we get a lot of extra teams that show up and support their fellow student athletes here at Bakersfield College and come to these games and root them on. So really looking forward to a fun night here. And a three-pointer just thrown up like it was nothing by Jamie Niederbaumer. Niederbaumer out of Tehachapi High School. Niederbaumer once again with the three, and she's got two of them already to start the game. And the Renegades up to a quick 8 points.
And, Tom, I was trying to hold this, but I'll let it out now. I got to the gym early today, and when I got to him, there was someone on the floor shooting. It was Niederbaumer.
We don't have a 32 on our roster. We'll have to figure out who that is at some point. And I was mistaken. That was 42. And Niederbaumer raining the three. That was an NBA distance three-point shot.
Niederbaumer.
Wow. And we're going to have fun saying Niederbaumer all night long.
Wow.
And that one, just a nice touch by Vasquez. Bakersfield College Renegades in white, the LA Mission College Eagles in blue. Brownlee with a nice tip over to Vasquez, who corrals the rebound. Niederbaumer looking for the pick. Gives it back to Ramirez. Ramirez down to the corner for Vasquez. Vasquez, three is good. Great ball movement there by the Renegades. Ardeneva driving to her left. Back with her right hand, throws it up and scores. This game started a little bit late today, about 45 minutes, because of the double overtime game between Bakersfield College men's program and Reedley College's men's program. Ardeneva with the strip away there. Heads up play on defense. Brownlee driving the baseline, throws up the floater, misses. Ramirez gets the ball and throws that one up and in. You know, we haven't noticed this, but LA Mission quietly starting to crawl their way back into this as they trail only by 12. And Rachel Green with a great pass underneath to Jesse Bunning. A good heads-up play. Clock down to 10 seconds. And Ramirez comes up with the turnover.
And I think we'll run this out.
And Niederbaumer now has the ball. And that's going to do it. The Bakersfield College Renegades defeat the LA Mission College Eagles 64-53 in a great effort today by Bakersfield College. And we're going to talk about the leading scorers of today's game, Julian Wilson. Jamie Niederbaumer with 19 points for the Renegades, followed by Alexia Ramirez with 14.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
So now Lewis, Hankins, and Aguilar all in foul trouble with 3, 3, and 4. Gustavo Chavez now. And there you see it, and we haven't seen it out of Chavez yet.
Three, Chavez. 3.
Jalen Contreras. Davis with a good rebound. And a heck of a rebound, especially against Quentin Aguilar. And Chavez once again from the arc.
3. Gustavo Chavez, 3.
Chavez gets that one to go. Now the Renegades back to an 8-point lead. BC starting to run the court now, gives it up to Henderson. Henderson from behind the backboard managed to get that one off the glass, and a timeout is going to get called. And the lead back to 10, 15-27 left to go in this second half as the leading scorer on this Rams squad. Tyler from downtown. It gets that one to go.
3.
They're going to match them 1 for 1. And Victor Valley with 9 turnovers in the game. And to be honest with you, 9 turnovers is not a lot, and the Renegades only have 6.
3.
And Armstrong drains the 3, and the bench goes crazy. And the biggest lead of the game for the Renegades as they lead 72-54, an 18-point lead. With 12:07 left to go, we'll be back with more Renegade basketball after this. Out there on the perimeter, gets the inbound. Henderson over the top of Kamari Lewis. He still has 10 minutes to go.
Davis
off the glass. And he was cherry picking down at the other end and gets the easy score. Again, not a lot of turnovers. And the Renegades have really capitalized. They've scored 14 points off of turnovers in this game. Henderson goes up off both feet and two-hand jams the ball. Deshaun Phillips on the score. Davis driving with the reverse and in.
Nice move
and
by
Damari Davis now 13 points in the game, the second leading scorer on the squad tonight. Renegades can slow this one way down. 30-second shot clock right now.
I mean, slow it down, but I want to see us go to 100, Tom.
Well, it'd be nice to see 100 points up on that scoreboard.
For the first time
I don't know if I've seen that. Yeah.
In this building. Boom!
And way outside, and that's going to do it.
100, Tom! 100.
Tyler. And 3 digits up on the scoreboard for the Renegades now. That one off the mark, over to Chavez.
102 or 103. Come on.
Tyler again.
102! 3!
Tyler drains 2 in a row.
Wow.
And now Tyron Tyler, the third leading scorer on the squad tonight with 12 points as a result of that three-pointer. And as we talked about it, the Renegades just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And Tyler once again on the outside decides to drive the lane, kicks it back out. And Elijah Wade now giving it a shot. And gets it to go.
3!
Now the Renegades just putting their foot down on the gas pedal with a 29-point lead and a minute and a half to go here in this half. Bakersfield College hosts Allen Hancock here at the Renegade Athletic Complex on Thursday.
Come on down, everyone. Come on down and check us out.
Game time once again 5 p.m. So looking forward to getting as many people here. Once again, admission into the basketball games this year is free. So feel free to come on down once again Thursday, December 4th at 5 p.m.
And if you can't make it, you can always check us out live on YouTube.
And Brooks gets that one to fall.
Renegade substitution, number 20, Amarion Armstrong.
And Amarion Armstrong checking back in for the Renegades. The Renegades extended this lead 108-82. And they're going to hang on to the ball. And this one's going to be in the books as the Renegades are going to take this one. A score of 108-82 for tonight's game. So the Renegades take this game 108-82 and improve to 6-3 on the season.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
My name is Tyron Tyler. I'm from Bakersfield, California. I play men's basketball. I've been playing basketball since I was 5 years old. Growing up, my dad, he was one of my biggest inspirations with basketball. He always was pushing and playing basketball inside his early years. And so whenever he fell out of love with it, I kind of wanted to persuade and just make it to the NBA for him. I chose to come here because it's a lot of local guys that play on the team, and a lot of these guys I know personally or I have played with in like AAU or things like that. So getting to play with them as us being rivals or something, like getting to play with them is something big, and also we all get to share our experiences on the court. I usually handle my personal life before everything else. I tend to procrastinate a lot. So with homework and things like that, I tend to do it last minute, but it gets done. It's just last minute, but I'm still on top of everything. I would say for any new athletes that want to join basketball or any sport, just to stay focused and don't let outsiders get to you. A lot of people are going to say a lot of different things, but as long as you put the work in and you push yourself to the level that you think that you can get there. There's nobody out there that hasn't went through anything in a negative way. You're going to go through your ups and downs, either negative or positive, but just continue to push. 5 years from now, I'm 20 years old currently, so I'll be 25. 5 years from now, I see myself owning my own business, most likely real estate or getting into the marketing field. And I see myself in the NBA for sure. I don't know what team yet. Any team that drafts me, I'll be gladly happy for that. And I see myself modeling for some type of clothing brand, possibly PSDs or any type of brand for sure.
Hi, I'm Beyonce Fimbres. I'm playing basketball here at BC. I've been playing basketball since 3rd grade. I just saw the sport and I kept playing it since 3rd grade because I've been playing it for NOR back then, and I just kept playing with it and I just fell in love with it. My favorite memory was back in high school when I didn't have a car, and my mom, I had to wake her up for like those 6 a.m. practices, and it was just always so much fun just having to do that and then going to go see my coaches and playing and like all of that. I enjoy meeting different type of people. The environment that they like have over here, I really do enjoy it. If not at a pro level, then perhaps even in coaching. I do see myself teaching people at NOR to have someone just like me growing up and help them out. So I do see myself in that area. I don't like losing. I'm a very competitive person, so every time I see someone who works harder or does better than me, it makes me want to work harder. Be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Always look for the hard stuff and get comfortable in that, and then work up to work harder.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Step on the court, feel the energy surge. Renegades ballin', watch the momentum emerge. Fast break fury, we attack, no doubt. Opponents wanna run, but there's no time out. Yeah, Bakersfield born, we grind in the heat. Putting that work till the mission complete. Student athlete, hustle that classroom and court. Brains and buckets, yeah, we built for the sport. Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Baseline dripping, let the sneakers talk, yeah. Coach got a plan, whole squad lock, yeah. Pick and roll dreams, crowd jump when we pop. 3-point rain, net splash, never stop. We represent the valley, represent the team. Renegade fire pumping through the bloodstream. At Gill Bishop Court, you feel that roar. This is BC. We want more and more, from the warm-ups to the last buzzer ring. Renegades fight hard for that champion thing. This is our moment. This is our time. Bakersfield College, yeah, we redefine. Yeah, red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. Yeah. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Yeah. Hardwood ready, crowd rumble inside. We don't play games. Nah, we ride or die. Yeah. Nah, we ride or die. Yeah. Nah, we ride or die. Yeah. We don't play games. Nah, we ride or die.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
Tolentino to the point.
High screen and roll set up for the Renegades. Niederbaumer with the bucket at the buzzer. So, Gio, today I had a chance to talk to our other director in Julian Wilson. He's over there working Kern High Network Sports tonight. So it's an honor to share the air with you tonight in the Renegade Athletic Complex.
Last time we shared air was the Golden West football game back on September 20th.
Right, when Julian was flying all over the country. All right, Renegades control the possession. High screen for Niederbaumer. Tolentino gets it inside, and it's kicked over to the baseline. And another one.
For 3-3-3.
Laylene Araniva. One of the things that we saw last week against Reedley, the fouls caught up to us. And we ended up giving up some shots at the line that cost us the game. So you want to encourage those Renegade women to defend without fouling as they get the rebound. And now looking it up, and now they go to Brownlee, and Brownlee has a step, and she's going to make it count. So Niederbaumer with the pass to Brownlee, and you see Diamond getting it done early there on the 15-footer by Callie Madugal.
3 from Tolentino. 3-3-3.
Bang, bang, bang. Tolentino from deep. And now you got a high screen and roll for Niederbaumer, who's attacking. The left-hand layup is going to be off. That's the shot that you want. And now you got Tolentino with the steal, and she's going to take it herself to make it count. So Danica Tolentino, she's a freshman out of Ontario Christian High School. Nice job on the boards by Alexia Ramirez. Ramirez is doing a fantastic job on the boards for the Renegades. She's out of Gunnison High School in Gunnison, Colorado. Ramirez with the nice job attacking the basket. 20 years ago, he was on one of my 2005-2006 teams, and I tell you, he was one of the strongest running backs in the weight room. And now he's a guy that's serving our community. But right now, we got Brownlee serving left-hand finishes for the Renegades. Fortunate. Matthews running the show from point. Gets it over to Ramirez. Ramirez inside to Brownlee. A little contact, and she plays through it. And Coach Grant Bingham is like, where's the call? Because that definitely was some contact on the wing for the Vaqueros. Nice entry pass inside. Oh, and that's a nice rebound by Rivers.
Oh, nice block by Beautiful Vasquez.
Beautiful defense by Beautiful Vasquez. Nice bounce pass to Brownlee. Brownlee with the finish. Gotta love Vasquez doing it all on both ends of the floor. Basketball team, and now that leads to numbers.
Danica with the pop. Nope.
Renegades with numbers. Tolentino with the deep three, and guess who gets the rebound? Of course she does. Ramirez, and that's another one for Alexia Ramirez. She got me up out of my seat, and another turnover.
Yes.
We've seen, let alone the other turnovers.
We talk about the Vaqueros. Renegades should not do the same, too. They need to be careful of those turnovers, giving them that free possession.
Absolutely. Nice move.
Laylene.
Amazing shot.
10-point deficit to the Vaqueros. 49-39, Bakersfield.
Deep three for the Vaqueros, and that's going to be rebounded by Aaron Neva. Nice pressure defense by the Vaqueros, and now we get it to Tolentino. She's attacking, and that's going to be a nice finger roll by Danica as the Vaqueros get one more shot in with 1.3 seconds left, and that is it. Our players of the game are going to be Alexia Ramirez and Diamond Brownlee dominating on the glass, and that is going to be a win for the Bakersfield College women's basketball team.
The following is a presentation of Bakersfield College Athletics.
And he's got 17, so he's shooting well from downtown. And Zach Garnett coming right out of the half, and he drains a three, and it looks like they called that a 2 by Elijah Wade. Now they're down low to Henderson. Henderson backing in Reed. Back out to Chavez. Back to Henderson again, down under the bucket, and throws that one just up and in. And Zykir Henderson just has the ability. He doesn't even have to use the backboard. It's that soft touch when you're making contact that he just has a command over. Yes. Henderson had a hand on it. Chavez wrangled it back outside of Famuso. Chavez once again, muscle memory does its job, and he drains the three. Garnett with good defense on Jaden Merchant. Merchant once again driving to the basket, and a block. Zach Garnett with the long reach. Chavez once again, and he gets that one to go. Gustavus Chavez getting hot, Julian Wilson.
I tell you what, that is his shot, and he's made it plain.
And gets that one to go. Davis being shut down, but manages to go high off the glass, being guarded heavily by Blake Jones. Condors have gone a little cold now from beyond the arc. That one out to Davis on the perimeter. Coming to you from Bakersfield College, Jerry Collis Field, home of the Bakersfield College Renegades. You're watching Renegade Baseball opening day here up at Bakersfield College. I'm Tom Myers, joined by my producer and director and cameraman tonight, Julian Wilson. And tonight, the Renegades open up their season. We're going to get a little bit of an idea about what they're going to be looking at today, and a couple of big starters for the Renegades. And, of course, Jordan Brito and Nick Martin both making their way back to the squad this season. And last year, we really kind of saw both of them as two of the leading hitters batting over 275 on this squad. And I believe one of them was even over 300, Julian.
Right.
So really looking forward to a fun night of baseball here. Everybody kind of give us a little bit of a little grace here. It's our first game back. I'll probably say basketball 10 times because we're still in basketball season. It's not even February yet.
Right.
January 23rd, and it's opening day for baseball.
Yes.
California Community College Athletic Association baseball is crazy. They really like to get started early. And so we'll be on the broadcast tonight and tomorrow night. The Renegades have a game once again against Moorpark tomorrow, part of this doubleheader. And leading off for Moorpark, the Moorpark College Raiders out of Moorpark, California. Buddy Onosco, center fielder at the plate. On the mound for the Renegades today, Chance Garricky out of Liberty High School. That one's fouled back and out of play, and the count's 0-1. Garricky, a 6-foot right-hander. That one's an error for Santiago Blanco, his first appearance here with the Renegades. And Onosco is on, and an error will be charged to the shortstop. Ty Nicolay now, the shortstop for the Raiders, up to bat now. Nicolay out of Middlesex High School in Middlesex, New Jersey, a long way. And a late throw down to shortstop, and that one's a little behind. And Jason Smith, the new catcher for the Renegades, as Ben Uliot moved on. Uliot, the former catcher here for the last 2 seasons at Bakersfield College. So runner in scoring position early here for the Raiders, and the Renegades need to settle in. Couple of big mistakes so far. Blanco at shortstop trying to hold the runner. So an error so far and a bad throw down to second base. And that's got Onosco looking to advance over to third base. Garricky throws a strike. Two balls, one strike to Nicolay. Garricky holding the runner. And the pitch. That one's going to be high and inside, and the count's going to go to 3-1. Chance Garricky in his freshman season out of Liberty High School here in Bakersfield. A very successful high school season under Tony Mills at Liberty High School. Hoping to carry on that tradition up here at Bakersfield College. And a swing and a miss, and now the count goes full. And like everything, the first game of the season, and everyone's trying to get warmed up. There was a scrimmage last week against Reedley College. No score on that, obviously, because it's a scrimmage. So this is officially the first game of the season for both of these squads. That one's just on the outside of the plate, and he's going to get a lucky one and head down to first base. And now it's 2 runners on with nobody out in the top of the first inning. And Callan Hertensteiner now coming to the plate, the catcher. Hertensteiner, the freshman out of Heritage Christian High School in Agora Hills. And he's a big guy, 6'2", 220 pounds in this 3 spot, so they're really going to have to keep the ball down, and that one's fouled off and out of play. Garricky will really have to stay ahead of the batters tonight to have any success in this Moorpark squad. But he is their ace. That's why they've got him on the mound first here. That one's going to be inside. 1-1 the count now. Runners at first and second. Nobody out here in the top of the first inning. BC hoping for a ground ball here that'll hit into a double play. That one back to the net. Now the count's 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got a nice, comfortable spot in the press box today, thanks to Annalicia Kroonquist, who's doing a little bit of housekeeping up here, keeping us all squared away. Really packed in. A swing and a miss, and down he goes, and 1 away here in the top of the first inning. And Garricky with his first strikeout of his college career. Designated hitter Joshua Brown now coming to the plate. Brown, a freshman out of Oaks Christian High School in Thousand Oaks. Runner still at first and second. And not really getting too big of a lead over there at second. And that's a strike. That one little on the outside and high, but it catches that quarter. And 0-1 the count. Pitch in the dirt. And the count is even at 1-1. Going around the horn for the Renegades, Liam O'Reilly over at first base, Nick Martin at second, Santiago Blanco at short, and Jordan Mora over at third base. In the outfield, Landon McDonald in left field, Jordan Brito in center, Luke Shaw in the right, and Jason Smith behind the plate. That one's going to be high, and the count's going to go to 2-1. A lot of new things up here at Bakersfield College so far this season. New dugouts that were constructed. They had a little bit of a fire up here a couple of years back, and we were kind of waiting to get things kind of back on track, and a lot of improvements going on here. That one over to short, and it's going to get through the gap out to left field rather. Landon McDonald quickly getting the ball back in, and now the bases are loaded with one down here in the top of the first inning. And the Renegades would really like to get that error back from Santiago Blanco. So 23, Jaden Onaka now, the right fielder, coming to the plate. Onaka, as you can tell, pretty tall, 6'3", 205 pounds. He is also out of Oaks Christian. That one on the outside corner, and it's good. Counts 0-1. Onaka, a sophomore out of Oaks Christian. And a lot of players from Oaks Christian are on this squad for the Raiders. Moorpark City College in black and blue today. That one's up the middle and thrown over to first, and they're going to get the out there, but a runner is going to come across as Ty Nicolay scores. And 1-0 in favor of Moorpark here in the top of the first inning.
Now batting number 10, first baseman, Adrian Klein Baker.
Jordan Klein Baker now at the plate. The first baseman fouls that one back and out of play. Klein Baker, a freshman out of Henderson, Nevada, by way of Oahu, Hawaii. Boy, how'd you like to go from Hawaii to Nevada? That's got to be a little temperature change. Nice dig out of the dirt by Jason Smith. And down at third base, Ty Nicolay was looking to try to score real quick on that one. Gierke delivers the pitch. It's outside. And now the count's 2 balls, no strikes. 2 down here in the bottom of the first inning. Well, the official's saying 2-1. It was 2-0 up on the board, but it's 2 balls, 1 strike. That one's going to be outside. Now it's 3-1. Three balls, 1 strike. Gierke with the pitch. That one's fouled off and out of play, and now the count is full. Seen a lot of foul balls so far tonight. Bakersfield College's parking lot, nobody parks right up to the fence over here because that's pretty much the crash zone. We should probably work on getting a new net or something out there, don't you think? And fans don't have a really great view yet. We're looking at getting some new camera angles on this, and that one's fouled off and out of play. Looking to get some new camera angles. We're going to have a center field camera in the next few weeks, we're hoping. That way it has the pitcher and the batter and the catcher in the screen view. And then we're looking at also putting a camera over the top of the first base dugout. But for now, a couple of camera angles, mostly just behind home plate here, and that one's going to be in the dirt. And another walk, the second one of the inning for Garricky.
Number 9, second baseman Nate Franco.
Second baseman Nate Franco now up to bat with bases loaded. The seventh batter in the order. Garricky trying to get out of a jam here. That one's fouled off back to the net. And the count's 0-1. Garricky with one strikeout so far in the inning. And the delivers inside and low, and the count goes to 1-1. That one bounced off the umpire's mask, and he's got to walk that one off just a little bit. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count, 2 out here in the top of the first inning. The Raiders up 1-0. And the strike. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That one's going to be high. Now Garricky is going to have to throw a strike here or risk walking the runner in. And honestly, a fastball down and in might be the option here. Keep the ball on the ground, but he doesn't want to give up a walk and walk in another run. And that one's pulled. It's going to be pulled foul. Franco jumped all over that ball. He was a little early on it. So now what do? Do you come back and throw a changeup here? Because he's way early on the ball on that one. And I don't know if that was a changeup or a fastball. It looked like he had a little something on it, so it may have been a fastball. We don't have a speed gun here that's getting our real-time stats, so that one's going to be hit into left field. McDonald on his horse over to the line, and he's going to cut that one off.
For Moorpark in the top of the first inning, 1 run, 1 hit, 1 error at the end of the half inning of play. Moorpark 1, your Renegades coming to bat. Renegade fans, we would like to recognize and thank.
So 1 run across here at the top of the first inning. 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 runners left aboard. We're heading to the bottom of the first inning after this. Back for the bottom of the first inning, the Renegades giving up 1 run in the first inning to the Moorpark Raiders. An opening day here at Bakersfield College. Glad to have everybody here today joining us on the broadcast. And looking forward to a fantastic season of Renegade baseball. Batting for the top of the first inning, it's going to be Jordan Brito, Nick Martin, and Landon McDonald. Sorry, I'm getting corrected by Julian Wilson. Bottom of the first. Thank you, Julian, for correcting me. You can chime in at any time. Like I said, we're jumping from basketball to baseball. And then back to basketball coming up next Wednesday. Renegades will be back here to play game time, 5 o'clock for the men's program, 7 for the women's program. No balls. 1 ball, 1 strike, rather, to Jordan Brito. Brito, the center fielder for the Renegades this season. Jaden Kolkowski on the mound today. And that one hits the outside corner. And the count's going to go to 1-2. Brito, a fantastic leadoff hitter, also has the ability to steal bases. That's why he's there. And that one looks like it is going to drop. Nah, it's not going to drop shy. Perfect positioning out there in right field by Jaden Onaka. And one away here in the bottom of the first. Nick Martin. Martin, the second baseman, now coming to the plate. One away, bottom of the first. Pitch on the inside corner, and the count's 0-1. Now, we watched Nick Martin a lot last year as he developed, and especially a really good second baseman. And I have the stats on some of the returners, and I'll have to get those later on in our broadcast tomorrow. I'll have some stats from last season on some of our returning players. Nick Martin, Liam O'Reilly, and, of course, Jordan Brito, the sophomores that are back from last year's squad. And we're trying to figure out what the call on that was. He's calling that's a strike. So 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. And that one swung on into the dirt. And that's going to hit the inside corner. And down goes Nick Martin. So 2 away here in the bottom of the first inning. And Landon McDonald coming to the plate. Landon McDonald out of Frontier High School. I watched Landon McDonald for several years, and he's just a fantastic hitter, and now they've got him in the 3 spot here, and he can hit the long ball, and you can tell the outfielders all backed up. Onosko at straightaway center within about 20 feet, maybe a little further, about 30 feet from the warning track, so they're really out there. 1 ball, no strikes to Landon McDonald. McDonald pulled that one. That one's way outside of the ballpark. I don't know if that made it over to Haley Avenue or not, but boy, it was gone. Jumped on that one pretty quickly, and now the count's 1 ball, 1 strike. Two balls, 1 strike, the count to Landon McDonald. And I'm sure, I don't know if he caught it. He did. Buddy Onosko flies in and grabs the ball, and that's going to be the end of the first inning. 3 up, 3 down for the Renegades. We're heading to the top of the second. Raiders leading 1-0. Back for the top of the second inning. Coming to you from Jerry Collis Field. Once again, this is Tom Myers and the Dr. Julian Wilson. And the leadoff game to kick off the 2026 season for the Bakersfield College Renegades. Renegades trailing 1-0. Left fielder Brendan McClure at the plate now. Pulls that one foul out of bounds over into the bullpen for the Renegades. One hit, one error, and 2 walks in the first inning for Garricky. That one swung on, and that's going to be a can of corn for Jordan Brito. Didn't really move a whole lot. That one drops right in his breadbasket, and one away here in the top of the second.
Now batting for the Raiders, third baseman, number 3, Jackson Herron.
Jackson Herron, the third baseman, now coming up to bat. Herron, the right field hitter, or the right-handed hitter, rather, out of Simi Valley High School. A freshman at 5'7", 150 pounds. That one driven to shortstop, and another error by Blanco, his second of the game. And 2 errors on Santiago Blanco so far.
Now batting, center fielder Buddy Onosco.
And some nerves got to come into play on that one, I'm certain. And now we're back to the top of the order in only the second inning as Onosco comes to the plate. He reached on an error in the first inning that Blanco had mishandled over at short. And granted, that was kind of a high hopper, but he still should have gotten it. So 2 errors for the Renegades so far here in the first 2 innings, both credited to Santiago Blanco. That one's going to be a hit to left field. Landon McDonald over to cut it off. And now Ty Nicolay with a hit and a walk to start the first 2 innings of the game.
Now batting,
Callan Hertensteiner now coming to the field. We're up to bat. And I advanced on that pretty quickly. I'm wrong about that. I apologize. Ty Nicolay, the shortstop, up to bat now. One away here in the top of the first inning. Renegades trailing 1-0. And Julian Wilson just tapped me and said, you got it wrong, and he was right. I apologize once again. Top of the second. I'm going to keep a number just posted right here up on the screen.
Just as long as you don't
so
mind.
we know what inning we're in. Maybe it's because this one seems to be going pretty quickly. Well, at least it did for the Renegades. They were 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first. So a fly out to center by Ty Nicolay. And Callan Hertensteiner, the big catcher, takes the first pitch in there for a strike. And the count's 0-1 with 2 out in the top of the second. Hertensteiner struck out in his first up to bat. And a swing and a miss, and now the count's 0-2, and Garricky way ahead with 2 down. 2 runners on, looking to get out of the inning unscathed. And so far, some of this has been of his own making. He was lucky to get out of the first inning with only 1 run. Bases were loaded. Callan Steiner, number 26, 6'2", 220 pounds. That's a big guy. And that one's going to be in the dirt, but the runners are going to hold. And the count's going to go to 2-2. Bakersfield College will play again against Moorpark tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. Be sure to come on out. Admission is free all season long here at Bakersfield College for all of our athletic events. And a throw over to third base, and he's going to get the tag. And Nicolay, I digress. That was Anosko's going to get thrown out. So 1 hit, 1 error, and 1 runner left aboard. We're heading to the bottom of the second inning. Back with more Renegade baseball after this. Back for the bottom of the second inning. Renegades trailing Moorpark 1-0. Hertensteiner struck out before the throw was made down to third base, so that'll be his second K of the game. And 2 strikeouts for Chance Garricky so far in this game. And now Brady Barrett, the designated hitter, coming to the plate for the Renegades. Barrett out of Liberty High School. A lot of Liberty products and Centennial products on this squad, as well as some Stockdale. This is the who's who of Bakersfield baseball on this squad this year. And Kurt Townsend doing a good job of recruiting locally and trying to fill this roster with some local talent here for Bakersfield. 2 balls, no strike to Baird, and that one's outside. The count's going to go to 3-0. BC 3 up and 3 down in the first inning. A fly out to right by Jordan Brito and a strikeout by Nick Martin. And then a fly out to center by Landon McDonald. And a strike on the outside corner. And the count's going to go to 3-1 against Brady Baird. And Buddy Anosko made a fantastic play on that ball. That one's going to be driven into left field. And it can't be handled by Brendan McClure. And Brady Baird is going to get the slide-in double, and I don't know how they're going to show that. That was kind of a hard place to go on. I think he's going to go with a hit. So a double to Brady Baird.
Batting fifth, left fielder, number 10, Luke Shaw.
And now Luke Shaw, the right fielder, coming up to bat with a runner in scoring position. Luke Shaw at Garces Memorial High School just down the road here. Shaw, the right fielder for the Renegades. That one's going to be inside. Counts 0-1. So Brady Baird with his first official college hit. One ball, one strike, the count. And that one misses, and now the count's 2-1. That went just off the inside of the bat over to shortstop. Ty Nicolay. Over to Jadrian Klein Baker, and one away here in the bottom of the second inning.
First baseman, number 36.
And now coming to the plate, Liam O'Reilly, the first baseman. O'Reilly, 6'3", 240 pounds. And I'm not sure if that's correct because Liam's a big, big boy. But Liam can hit the long ball as well. One down, one runner on, and that one's going to hit O'Reilly in the back. And he's going to trot on down to first, but don't rub it, whatever you do. And now two runners on and one out. And Jordan Mora coming to the plate. Mora, the sophomore out of Centennial High School. And solid at third base, and now they're going to have a little conversation on the mound. And we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back right after this. Quick conversation is over, and we're back to the game. Jordan Mora, the third baseman, up to bat now for the Renegades. Two runners on, one out here in the bottom of the second inning. The official's got something that he sees that he doesn't like. I don't know if he had called there was a baseball out on the field. So a little delay once again, and we're back to play. First pitch in the dirt. Baird kind of thought about it over at second base, but didn't really. And Liam O'Reilly, once again, 6'3", 240 pounds. I don't think he's going to get on any horse. And that one's going to be hit into the gap. And here comes Brady Baird rounding third, and no throw is going to make it to him, and he's going to score easily. And they tie the game up here in the bottom of the second inning at one apiece.
Batting eighth, catcher number 14, Jason.
O'Reilly advances over to second base and holds there. And now Jason Smith, the catcher, who took over for Ben Uliat from last year. Smith, the sophomore out of Garces Memorial High School. And a swing and a miss on a ball outside. And the count's 0-1. Swing on a high one. And the count's now 0-2. Smith in the hole. One out, two runners on. And one run across so far in the second inning. Smith takes a ball low. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count. That one's going to be fouled off, out of play. Count remains 1-2. Smith at catcher, 6 foot, 185 pounds, comparable to Ben Uliat, about the same size. Counts 2-2 to Jaden Kolkowski, pardon me. Kolkowski struck out one so far. and giving up 2 hits. And not sure what the coach for Moorpark was trying to get out of the official. Maybe he was talking about somebody out of play. I'm not even sure what that would be with his squad on defense. That one, I don't even know what that is. Is that a hit? We don't even know how to score that. That was a foul ball. Now we're going to have to go back and look at that again. It was a foul ball at the catcher.
At the end of 2, we are tied at 1.
And the Renegades leave 2 stranded. And we're going to head to the top of the 3rd inning. Coming up after this, more Renegade Baseball. You're watching BC Baseball on Go Gades Go. Top of the 3rd inning, back here at Bakersfield College. Renegades tie with Moorpark 1-1 here. And going to be up to bat next. It'll be Joshua Brown, Jaden Onaka, and Jadrian Klein Baker. Brown with a hit in the 1st inning. And we don't have season stats for any of the players yet because this is the first game of the season. So whatever we're giving you tonight, those are the statistics. In a crazy play on that last bottom of the 2nd inning, and the replay that we saw up here showed that it was off the actual nub of the handle of the bat. And just kind of a crazy play. And a double play thrown over to 3rd and then over to 1st. And the Renegades left a runner stranded. 2 balls, no strikes, the count. Garricky delivers. And right down the middle for a strike, and now the count's 2-1. That one's off the mitten, back to the net, and now the count's 3 balls, 1 strike. Joshua Brown, the designated hitter on the Raider squad today, and that one's going to be low, and he'll take a walk down to first base, and 1 on, nobody out. With Jaden Onaka, the right fielder, now coming up to bat. Onaka grounded out to 1st in the 1st inning. That's the 3rd walk for Chance Garricky so far in the game. Onaka, number 23, 6'3", 205 pounds. That's a big guy. Gerke over to O'Reilly. Trying to hold Brown on the base. Brown getting a little bit of a lead. And a curveball in there for a strike, and now the count's no balls, one strike. A little chilly here in January up at Bakersfield College. Tomorrow will be up on the top. I'm not really looking forward to that, Julian. That's going to be a little rough night. And that one's over the head of Jaden Onaka and all the way to the backstop. And Brown makes his way down to second base easily. And fans out here may notice a new rule in college baseball, and I think they started it either last year or the year before, was the pitch clock. And the pitch clock is set at 20 seconds, and Gerke hasn't been too much of a problem with that so far. It was down to 6 when he threw that one. But it resets as soon as the pitcher has the ball back in his hand and starts counting, and it is supposed to speed the ball up. Major League Baseball has instituted it as well. So it's a 20-second pitch clock in JUCO baseball this year. That one pulled on and down, left field, and out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count to Jaden Onaka here in the top of the third inning. Well, it's going to game tied at 1 apiece. And he swung on that one, and he's going to go down. And what a way.
Now batting first baseman,
Jadrian Klein Baker, the first baseman, now coming to bat. And Klein Baker, also 6'3", really tall baseball players on this Moorpark squad. Swing and a miss. No balls, 1 strike to count. Joshua Brown over at second base. Drew the walk and then reached second on a wild pitch. Gerke inside, now the count's 1-1. The pickoff play, Gerke throws over to Nick Martin. And I've seen a couple of crazy pickoff plays that BC uses. One is they try to draw the player with the second baseman, and the second baseman will move away, but the shortstop's coming in from behind. He doesn't pay any attention, and he ends up getting thrown out. They instituted that one last year, and it was a really, really good pickoff move because they're paying attention to one baseman, the second baseman, and then the shortstop comes in from behind and tags the runner. Martin trying to hold the runner. Swing and a miss. And that's going to do it for Klein Baker in the third strikeout of the game, fourth strikeout of the game
now batting second baseman, Nate
for Chance Gerke. So Gerke warming up. 2 strikeouts in a row. Nate Franco, the second baseman, now flew out to left field in the first inning. First pitch in there is high, and the count's 1-0. 2 out here in the top of the third inning. Renegades tied with the Raiders of Moorpark College, 1-1. Swung on and fouled back and out of play. That one's going to be across the street, across Haley. So
yes,
the neighbors over there have a couple of foul balls that end up in their yard every game. And the height of the net, you hope, is high enough that it doesn't have a chance to get all the way there, but we see them bounce off the street every once in a while. Luckily, the traffic up here at night isn't that heavy, so nobody really has to worry about it too much. And we've never really seen one car get hit so far, have we?
No, we haven't. Not at all.
And up top, we have a pretty good view.
We got a great view up
Yeah.
top. And I heard something about you didn't want to go up there. What was that?
I
you
don't
said?
want to freeze. It's really cold. It's January. I know it's California, but boy, I'll tell you what. And it was really clear today and a little bit sunny, so we got a little bit of warm weather, and that one's going to be fouled off and out of play. And now the count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out here in the top of the third inning. 1 runner on. And the Renegades are tied 1-1 with Moorpark. Garricky with the 2-2 pitch. That one's going to be over to second base. He'll cover. And he's going to get the out.
Moorpark in the top of the third. No runs, no hits, 1 left. At the end of 2.5.
Moorpark.
Tied at 1.
1 walk and 1 runner left stranded. 2 strikeouts for Chance Garricky. And we're going to head to the bottom of the third inning coming up after this. Renegades tie with Moorpark here in the bottom of the third inning. Up to bat for the Renegades this inning, Santiago Blanco, Jordan Brito, and Nick Martin.
Santiago Blanco.
Blanco, the shortstop, leading off here in the bottom of the third. First pitch swung on and missed, and the count's 0-1. That pitch low and hits the corner. And Blanco behind 0-2. This time of year, Moorpark and Bakersfield, and Blanco swung on and missed, and he goes down 3 pitches in a row. So an easy out so far for Jaden Kulkowski. Kulkowski with 2 strikeouts so far in the game, and now Jordan Brito coming up to bat, the center fielder, flew out to right field in the first inning. The weather over on the coast, very similar to Bakersfield this time of year, especially at night. They get a little misty, and we've been getting a little misty too. It was actually a very nice day here in Bakersfield. Would have been a great day for a day game, huh, Julian?
That's right.
Tomorrow would be a great day for a day game, but I don't think we can get them to switch that. We're going to be in parkas up on the roof tomorrow night. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count, swung on and missed. And not a great swing by Jordan Brito. I don't even want to say that was a defensive swing. It was like kind of he gave up. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. And a fastball high. And the count's now 2-2. Kolkowski with the pitch. Swung on. That's going to be popped, and it's going to drop into right field. And Jordan Brito on with his first hit of the 2026 season. And that was a defensive swing, just looking to poke that one out there.
Now batting, second baseman Nick Martin.
And there's a reason that Jordan Brito is the leadoff hitter. He's going to try to get crafty and find his way down to second base here. And Nick Martin, the second baseman, now coming up to bat, struck out in the first inning. We're in a 1-1 tie here in the third inning. Swung on and missed and fouled back. Bakersfield College Renegades and the Moorpark Raiders in their first game of the 2026 season. Once again, they'll be back here tomorrow night. Game time is going to be set for 5 o'clock. Fans, there are no tickets. They're not charging for tickets. And that one's thrown over to first base, but it gets away from Jadrian Klein Baker and out of play over the fence. So Brito only gets to go to second base, but he was really kind of on his horse as he rounded second base looking for third. So a bad throw to first base by Jaden Kolkowski puts Jordan Brito at second base now. And Brito with some wheels. And if this one gets hit into the outfield at any part, you can look for Brito to find his way to home plate. That one swung on and missed. Little check swing by Nick Martin. And now the count's no balls, 2 strikes. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That one's going to be high. And now the count's 1-2. One down here in the bottom of the third inning. Jordan Brito at second base for the Renegades. And the 1-2 count to Nick Martin. A swing, and that's going to go into center field. Brito looks to tag. He's going to tag and hold up. A throw over to third. And Martin makes the second out of the inning with a fly out to center field. And Landon McDonald, who flew out to center in the first inning, now up to bat in the third spot for the Renegades. Landon McDonald in high school blasted 4 home runs in a single game. And I think that might have been a record for Frontier High School here in Bakersfield. Just an outstanding game, and it seemed like, I think that the ball must have looked like a beach ball because he just put it out 4 times, and that was just remarkable. But a fantastic hitter. That one's going to be outside, and Brito, he's going to make his way down to third base. The throw is not in time, and Jordan Brito, with 2 outs, steals third base in his first stolen base of the season. Ball low and outside to McDonald, and now the count 3-0. They're definitely pitching around him here after they've done a scouting report on it, I'm sure. He does have the ability to go long with the ball. That one's going to be high, and they're going to pretty much walk him down to second base. That was kind of a gimme. And now runners at the corners with 2 out, and Brady Baird, the designated hitter, coming to the plate. And Baird doubled back in the second inning. So the Renegades starting to get a little bit of hitting power going here. They got 4 hits in the game right now. Baird swung on the first pitch and misses. 0-1 the count. And Jaden Kolkowski would really like to get out of this inning unscathed. Pitch inside, now the count's 1-1. And so far, a couple of bases that have been stolen. I don't know if you call that wild pitch over to first base a stolen base. McDonald is going, and that one's going to go over to second base, and that's going to do it for the bottom of the third inning. And the Renegades leave two stranded. And we're going to head to the top of the fourth inning. It's the Moorpark Rangers 1, the Bakersfield College Renegades 1. Back for the top of the fourth inning. Titan Tom Myers on the broadcast today and joined by Rob Chavez. Robert Chavez, the former BC baseball player, up here joining me on the broadcast. Great to have you here, man.
Great to be on. Honestly, I just came over to just say what's up. I knew that there was some baseball happening down the road from my house, and it's like I got to go up say what's up to the guys here. First baseball game of the season is always special. Opening day anywhere is great. And I was making the mention, in my time, I think probably 90% of the country music I've ever listened to was right here on this field.
Absolutely. Jacob Baruman, pitching change for the Renegades, and Baruman out of Highland High School. He'll be pitching to top off the fourth inning. And up to bat, number 22, Brendan McClure, the left fielder for Moorpark. And we don't know anything about either of these squads. We have no statistic. We have nothing we're really going by, except for, we've got what's gone on so far in the first part of the game.
Yeah, I recognize a lot of these kids that, played around the area over the last 4 or 5 years, ever since they were in 8th grade. Like that. Baruman, just got to dial it in. I watched him quite a bit over at Highland last year. He's got a lot of good movement on the ball. Isn't necessarily going to be the guy who's going to overpower you, but he's definitely got some good control here.
McClure flew out in the second inning to center field. 2 balls, no strikes the count, and that's going to go 3-0 now.
I say that, and he goes 3-0. I bring the jinx every now and then.
Garricky leaves the game with 4 strikeouts and 3 full innings pitched, 1 earned run. We're tied at 1 apiece here in the top of the fourth inning. And the pitch is inside, and he's going to take a walk down to first base. And Jackson Heron now coming up to bat, the third baseman.
Not what Coach Towney's going to want. You get a guy that's, goes, 3 innings 3 innings and only gives up a run on 2 hits. And you get a guy come in. That's why you got the pitching coach coming out right now. He throws 4 straight balls. They said, okay, we thought you got warm down there. Do you need a few more pitches to get, that control dialed in, or what are we doing out here?
Well, and you know how it is. Kurt Townsend is not anybody that fools around with anything. He's going to try and correct the position as soon as he possibly can.
Absolutely. And I played, and Coach Towney was our infield coach, and he's
35 years here at Bakersfield College, correct?
For Towney?
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds about right. I mean, I know you're aging him
now
by saying that.
Jackson Heron reached on an error to the shortstop. Santiago Blanco
showing bunt
in the second inning, trying to advance the runner down to second base.
Good.
And a nice play over at first base. Liam O'Reilly corrals that one. Almost got away. And 1 away here in the top of the fourth inning.
Yeah, it's a perfect bunt situation right there for them. You'd like to see in that situation, Yeah, you want to get the out, throw the strike, get the out if they're going to give it to you. But in that situation, if he hadn't have walked the guy in 4 straight pitches, he probably would have pitched out in that situation, see if he can get a guy back picked.
Center fielder Buddy Onosko up now. Reached base twice so far, reached on an error in the first inning.
It's nice movement right there.
And a hit in the second inning. So he's made a lot of real estate so far here on the Bakersfield Diamond in the first 2 innings of the game.
There's a ton of real estate overall here at College Field.
Absolutely.
Oh, a nice little deuce. Didn't catch the
little
inside.
Breaking ball did not get the inside of the corner. Now the count's 1-1. 1 away here in the top of the 4th inning. We're tied at 1. Moorpark Raiders and Bakersfield College Renegades in the first game of the 2026 season. Once again, that's Rob Chavez joining me on the broadcast today. And Rob, it's been kind of a funny thing. We've got a whole lot of baseball ahead of us, but do you remember starting in January?
Yeah, I do. And it was I tell this to everybody. It's one of the it's something that I repeat all the time. I hate playing in the cold. Yeah. Baseball in the cold is terrible because you can never get warm. Things hurt, right? Ball hits you. If it jams you on the bat, it's terrible. Nice movement.
Curveball hits the outside corner, and a fantastic pitch by Baruman. And the count goes to 2-2.
Yeah, it's hard to grip the pitch like that, so you got to give it up to Baruman. Again, that's why, getting warm is incredibly important in these early games. Some of these games can become walk fest because guys just aren't warm early enough. Try to go to the same pitch right there, get him a chase.
Yeah, it was a little outside and in the dirt, and now the count goes to full.
Yeah, so
1 away here in the top of the 4th inning. And you know what? We're going to have some broadcast time together hopefully this season.
Yeah, I hope
a couple
so.
of these, and maybe even a pregame or 2.
That'll be awesome. That'd be awesome. I'd love to do it. Anytime I'm out here on this field, man, brings back a lot of good memories here.
We've got new cameras that
Quick
we're going to
pitch,
be. Oh, and a
good job.
swing high. He goes fishing up and high, and down he goes, and that's going to be the second out of the inning.
If you noticed right there, he changed his cadence. So normally he was coming set, give about a good 3-4 second count. Right there, he came set at the bottom and immediately got to the top part of the zone, get him to chase. It's a great pitch right there by Baruman.
2 down here in the top of the 4th inning. And the shortstop, Ty Nicolay, now at the plate. Takes one outside and low, and the count's 0-1. He walked in the first inning and flew out to center in the second.
All right, so fly ball's a potential right here. This guy's, you're going to want to get him to possibly lift the ball anyway.
Jordan Brito out in center field's playing just left of center. So they're playing this definitely for a left-handed hitter. They're playing this far left than they need to, or far, you would think they'd be shifted on a little different, but obviously they're going to try and keep the ball outside in the zone, try to get him to drive that ball left.
Yeah, again, it's new. You don't have a whole lot of info on these guys, so you're really just trying to be able to make your best pitch, get them to roll over on something, hopefully. They're playing pretty shallow, and they're doing that so this way they can get a play at the plate if the ball gets through the infield. It's still early in the game as well, too, tied.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. That one's going to be high, and it's going to go to 3-1.
Not really hurt right here if you get a walk. You got a base open. You end up getting force outs around the horn. So he's going to be real selective with this pitch right here. I wouldn't be surprised if you can see another curveball.
Callan Hertensteiner on deck, the catcher that struck out in the first and second inning so far.
Oh,
so BC, and you don't want that because now it's going to send a runner down to third base, and now you've got one in scoring position with runners at the corners and 2 out here in the top of the 4th inning. And Hertensteiner, I know he struck out twice so far, but this is a new pitcher, and he's a big guy at 6'3", 220 pounds.
Yeah, this is why, again, I think, with a guy coming up, who had struck out already twice, you got to be able to, you have to be able to at least make that a competitive pitch right there and not get the guy over to third, because now you got your number 3 hitter who's a little upset probably in the first 2 at-bats, and he's going to come up there hacking.
2 out here in the top of the 4th inning. Hertensteiner at the plate. Here's the pitch. It's outside in the dirt.
Yeah, he's trying to stay away.
And the count's 0-1. And they are going to try and stay away from him. And right behind him is going to be Joshua Brown, the designated hitter, who got a hit in the first inning and walked in the third. So you definitely want to be careful with this guy.
Yeah,
because he looks like he can put the ball over the wall.
And Hertensteiner's probably the happiest guy that Garrick's out of the game.
Throw down to first base. And a nice throw by Jason Smith. And a good job by Liam O'Reilly over at first base corralling that one. It almost got the tag. But a heads-up play by Nicolay over at first base, not getting thrown out.
It's good to see big Liam back out.
He's a big guy.
Oh, yeah. Good job. Good pitch.
And the throw from Blanco. And that's going to do it for the fourth inning. Top of the fourth inning. No runs, no hits. And 2 runners left aboard. We're heading to the bottom of the fourth inning right after this. Shaw, O'Reilly, and Mora coming up in the bottom of the fourth inning. Shaw flew out to center in the second inning. And it takes the first pitch strike.
Keeping that third baseman honest by showing that bunt right there.
One to one here in the bottom of the fourth inning. Bakersfield College taking on the Moorpark Raiders in the first game of the 2026 season. Tom Myers joined by Robert Chavez.
There you go.
And a drive into right field. And Shaw on with his first hit of the 2026 season. And a good leadoff for the Renegades with Liam O'Reilly now coming to the plate. And O'Reilly walked.
Center cut fastball right there. Is able to get that.
Yeah.
It's a good base hit right there. Now, again, not necessarily too sure what kind of philosophy we have early in this game, early in this season, to be able to get Shaw over to second. We'd like to be able to have him in scoring position with O'Reilly up. And now the umpire's telling the pitcher, in order for him to go to his mound, you got to be able to wipe that thing off early in the season. Got to remind him.
Pitch clock is in effect, but they haven't started it yet until he actually enters the circle. Well, and we haven't started the clock. There we go.
Yeah,
now
once he addresses that rubber, that's when they're going.
O'Reilly's going to ground it out, but it's mishandled over at first base by Jadrian Klein Baker, and that lets Luke Shaw advance to second base. So they'll get the out. But Shaw advances over to second, and now he's in scoring position.
Turns out to be effective. Possible double play in that situation right there if he doesn't mishandle that. But
he had the opportunity plenty because he was standing right on the base. All he had to do was chuck it over to second and get it back. And one away now. Jordan Mora up to bat. He got a hit and an RBI in the second inning, the only run that the Renegades have scored so far.
Moore looked pretty good last year in a couple of
games.
He did look
very good last year. Absolutely.
Behind on that fastball.
There's a mix of sophomores and freshmen on this Renegade squad this year, so they've got some young talent, especially with the pitching. So as I've talked to, Kurt Townsend about, what he's really looking forward to, he mentioned his freshman pitching staff that's coming in here. And they had a lot of injuries last year that really contributed to a lot of problems that they had on the mound.
Yeah, it's almost like, having all the super high school players here at the junior college level. Anybody that didn't necessarily get those offers to any of these D1 schools, they're here. Not to mention, you want to save a little bit of money, not going to NAIA or Division II. You end up here, but the problem was that they weren't able to get these pitchers that were doing really well here in Bakersfield to stick around here and play at BC, and that was their number one goal in the offseason, be able to go out and get some good pitching.
3-1 pitch to Mora. Swung on and fouled back out of play, and now the count goes full. Kolkowski now with 4 innings pitched. He's got 2 strikeouts. And he's walked only 1 runner so far, so he's had a fairly successful outing. He did get out of a pinch last inning with 2 runners left on the bases and stranded.
Playing out of T.O. High. One of my best friends in the world, Chris Hagan, former Highland and East High coach, former Thousand Oak high school baseball player. Went on to Oxnard and then to Chico.
3-2 the count here in the bottom of the 4th inning, 1 out.
Way out.
That one's going to be outside, and it's going to be back to the backstop. And paying attention, Luke Shaw finds his way over to third base, and now we got runners at the corners with 1 out. And Jason Smith, who grounded out to third, coming to the plate. Grounded out to third in the second inning. And the second walk of the game for Jaden Kolkowski.
It's pretty interesting. They got Smith, playing catcher and starting. He had to split time last year with a sophomore of our Garces behind the dish. Gavin Williams, who's now over at Liberty, transferred from Garces. Oh,
that one's going to hit him, and now the bases are going to get loaded.
Kolkowski doesn't have it right now. If I'm Moorpark, I'm looking to make a move.
And we're both looking at the dugout right now to see if anybody's going to come out, but they haven't made any decisions yet. And Santiago Blanco at the plate now, who struck out in the 3rd inning. So a hit batter loads the bases full with 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Worst thing that can happen right here is a ground ball in the infield. Want to be able to make sure that you elevate the ball, at least get it out of the infield or hit it towards the right side somewhere.
Luke Shaw over third base, Liam O'Reilly. Well, I stand corrected. Jordan Mora at second base and Jason Smith at first. A good thing Liam O'Reilly isn't out there because we got some base runners. Liam is 6'3", 240 pounds.
Yeah, he rumbles.
Yeah, definitely run over you at the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. The count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Blanco absolutely has this bat on his shoulder right over here, unless this thing is right down the middle of the plate. And he probably should have kept it on his shoulder.
And that one was low and outside, but he swings anyway, and now the count's 2-1.
Sometimes pitches look just way too good, but if you're the number 9 hitter right now with 1 out, bases loaded, and you got a 2-0, and this guy has not had control, one of the things you're going up there is being a smart hitter, seeing some pitches. See, now you get him back in the count right here, and you got 2-2.
Yep, the count is even now at 2-2, 1 out. On deck, Jordan Brito, the center fielder. And he's got a fly out to right and a hit in the 3rd. So they still have an opportunity, but hoping to keep this thing going. And that one's going to be right up the middle. Santiago drives that one into center field, and 2 runners are going to score. And Santiago Blanco is going to get 2 RBIs, his first of the season.
That's a good way to be able to make up for, that 2-0 swing, to be able to come back and work your way back into that count and get one right down the middle.
So the Renegades take advantage of a bases-loaded opportunity. And now Jordan Brito, the center fielder, who flew out to right in the first and got a hit in the third, is at the plate with runners at first and second base. 1 down here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The Renegades with a 3-1 lead.
It's a little frustration pitch right there by Kolkowski. He brought it down in the dirt. 1-0.
And I'll be a little surprised if Kolkowski, if we see him in the 5th inning. Now, granted, I know it's only 3 runs, and we're still early, and I don't know how deep their pitching staff is.
Well, it's first game. Everybody's fresh.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's also cold, and we got one pitcher warming up down in the bullpen right now.
Yeah, he's heating up pretty quick, though.
2 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Jordan Brito fouls that one back to the net. And the count's 2-1.
So another 2-0 pitch right there that was swung on, but you got a guy in Brito who's your returning sophomore, leadoff hitter. Again, not a bad approach right there.
And Jordan Brito hit that last one into right field, and it was more of a defensive swing than anything. It just popped it into shallow right field. And that one's going to be way outside, and now the count's 3 balls, 1 strike.
Ultimate hitters count right here, 3-1, 1 out. Does not want to load the bases for the number 2 hitter coming up here.
And they're playing, in my opinion, a little bit deep for Jordan Brito. He doesn't hit the deep ball.
Well, on top of that, not to be able to throw somebody out.
And the center fielder is running in, actually, as I said that, and that's going to be a strike inside. Oof. And now the count goes full.
Oh, I thought that was a little up as well, too. It's my man Arnie Mena back there, the plate umpire.
Yeah, the center fielder started charging in just a little bit like he thought he was back a little too far. That one's going to be fouled off. Brito a little late on the swing. And out of play. 3-2 the count, 1 out. Bottom of the 4th inning, Renegades leading Moorpark 3-1.
So you see on that swing right there, he's a little late on purpose because he wants to be able to hit behind these runners, be able to get them to advance, go to the right side. So that's kind of what he's looking for right now. If he gets anything middle out, he's going to try to be able to drive it, especially because you got that gap right over there. They're playing that double play up the middle defense.
And that one's going to be inside, and Brito's going to walk down to first base. And that'll load the bases once again for Nick Martin coming to the plate. And right now, this is the guy that you want to see.
Absolutely.
Nick Martin, the sophomore second baseman, a fantastic second baseman at that. And they're going to have, I think, probably a pitching change as we look down to the dugout. Look down to the pitching,
the
The
bullpen.
bullpen, thank you. I'm still on basketball mode. I'm trying to get back into baseball mode now. And then I got to go back to basketball mode.
Yeah, I spent many a days out there in that bullpen. That's when we used to actually be on the third base side.
Yeah.
Before we had the fantastic George Culver Fieldhouse, which is what Coach Payton sold a lot of us on back in 1998. So, hey, this thing's going to get going. And, the class of 02 was the first one that was able to move into that thing.
So they're going to leave Jaden Kulkowski out on the mound as he's going to face Nick Martin now. Martin struck out in the first inning and flew out to center in the third, but has ability, and he may be due.
Tells me he's due.
1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Renegades leading 3-1. They put 2 across in this inning. Nice pitch on the outside corner, and no balls, 1 strike the count.
So, again, worst thing we can do in this situation right here is ground ball to the infield somewhere they can turn to. Corners are up. Middles are still playing.
Smith, Blanco, and Brito on the base, and that one's going to be driven into the gap.
That's got a
in
chance
center
to
field.
get in the gap. There he goes.
And it's going to fall as Onosko can't get to it.
We're going to score
and 2 runners are coming in, and it looks like a third's
Wosko.
going to try.
Play at the plate.
And a play is going to be at the plate, and he's going to get called out. But 2 runners come across.
That's pretty aggressive.
And only 1 is going to be down. And we started into our commercial a little too soon on that. So 2 runners across, but there was only 1 out, so now 2 are out.
Coach Haas, I just don't know if he had the opportunity to be able to have that winding up, getting the guy to go, and having the other guy to stop. In that situation, Haas is pretty aggressive early in the season, trying to see what he has, what kind of speed he's got out there on the base paths.
So 2 runners across on the Nick Martin double.
It's a great
and
hit.
now Landon McDonald coming to the plate. And you just got done facing one batter that can hit really well, and now you're going to face another. McDonald has the ability to go yard. 1 ball, no strikes, and 2 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4 runs across in the 4th inning for the Renegades.
Yeah, this is essentially the South Yosemite River League All-Stars out there.
Yeah, right now it kind of is.
Oh, ball away, man. This is
That's
a third
gonna be
wild pitch.
Exactly, and Nick Martin's going to find his way over to third base now and get into scoring position.
Yeah, I think we're going to get a pitching change right here.
And it looks like they are making a pitching change because someone's running in, but we're trying to figure out if they're going to be – now they're going to leave this one. I don't know if you can change – you can change him out mid-batter, can't you?
Absolutely, but
you don't see it too often.
I don't know if they want – whoever is out there, I don't know if they want him to inherit a 2-0 count. Try to see if he can get out of this jam here. And
McDonald is going to drive that one
shot
to left field, and back goes McClure.
Oh, at the wall.
And he catches it at the wall. So the Renegades, 4 runs across in the bottom of the 4th inning to take a 5-1 lead over Moorpark. And we'll be back with the top of the 5th inning right after this.
Yeah.
Park Raiders here at Bakersfield College. Tom Myers joined by Rob Chavez, my guy. Great to have you here on the broadcast tonight, man.
Yeah, it's great. I didn't think I was going to be doing anything tonight. Yeah. I thought maybe, just pull up a chair, maybe watch this. And I was like, I got to – it's opening day. You want to be a part of it here. Not to mention, anytime I get a chance to mess with Julian Wilson –
he ain't even looking at us. He's just standing over there.
No, because he suspects that I had a sandwich with mayonnaise earlier today.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll talk about that later.
Joshua Brown, the designated hitter for Moorpark, up to bat. Got a hit in the 1st inning and walked in the 3rd. BC with 4 runs in the bottom of that 4th inning to take a 5-1 lead over Moorpark. Jacob Baruman in his 2nd inning now. 1 strikeout in the 4th inning for him. Replaced Garricky, who went 3 innings with 4 strikeouts. That one's going to be out into center field.
Good play by Brito.
And tracked by Jordan Brito.
Yeah.
And 1 away.
One of the things that I know Baruman probably got a talking to inside the dugout was, hey, now you got a 4-run lead. Okay, let's see some control. We don't want you to have this pitch count a little, too high. Get in and out of this thing between 10 and 15 pitches. Let's get back to the plate.
Right fielder Jaden Onaka now up to bat, grounded out in the 1st and struck out in the 3rd. Onaka at 6'3", and he's going to drive that one into left field.
Off the wall.
Landon McDonald is back and makes the catch. And McDonald seemed like he was playing a little shallow on that one, but able to track it and found his way back to the warning track.
That's
and corrals that one. And 2 quick outs here in the bottom, at the top of the 5th inning.
Yeah, four pitches, 1 out. Shaw's, yeah, to be able to track that ball like that, he ran roughly about 90 feet to be able to catch that ball. You know, that's not hard to do because, the trajectory on that ball, it was hit pretty hard, wasn't too high. Hang time, maybe 3 seconds. So
yeah, Landon McDonald, a big guy. He's not little, but he's quick. He's very fast. A lot of stolen bases in high school. I don't have his high school stats. He played at Frontier High School, which is my school.
Well, I'm being told that that's Shaw out there in left.
No, that is Landon McDonald in left
McDonald?
field. Yep. I believe it's Landon McDonald in left field.
I think we got McDonald out in right, Shaw in left.
Did we get that wrong? I must have got that wrong. I thought that was McDonald. I'll have to double-check my stats on that.
Gotcha.
Okay. I'm getting told that I've got the wrong guys in the wrong place. But honestly, I couldn't see that far if my life depended on it right now anyway.
Well, it always depends on what they have down on the on the
card.
Scorecard. And
well, let's see. Okay, so Landon McDonald is in right field.
Yeah.
I just wrote it wrong. So all right, so I've got him backwards. So Luke Shaw is over in left field today. And Landon McDonald is over in right.
So full count right over here. If he gets an out right here, possible swing and miss, be out of this inning in 10 pitches. Be a good job by Baruman.
That one's in the dirt and outside, and the count goes full.
And we had a bulb out there, so I thought maybe it was 3-2 on that count. So, yeah.
Yeah, the scoreboard for Bakersfield College does have a couple of light bulbs out on it, but it looks a little better than it did last season. They must have replaced a few.
Right at him.
And that one right over to third base. 3 up, 3 down for the Renegades. A fantastic night of opening baseball here at Bakersfield College. The Renegades lead 5-1. Coming back with the bottom of the 5th inning after this. Jordan Kolkowski leaves the game after 4 complete innings and giving up 5 runs. He's going to be replaced by Kenny Montgomery, number 33.
Tell you what, Kenny makes me feel tall as a pitcher. 5'8", 155. I thought I was schlepping it up there, 5'9", 175 in my time. The world needs more Pedro Martinez's.
Up to bat this inning, Brady Baird, Luke Shaw, and Liam O'Reilly. Baird with a double in the 2nd inning, grounded out to first in the 3rd. Renegades leading 5-1. 1 ball, 1 strike the count to Brady Baird.
Well, Montgomery's got some good movement right there. Went curveball and slider on this last pitch.
Well, on a night like tonight with the air being as thick as it is, You got to get some movement on that ball pretty easily, huh?
Yeah, you can, especially, but with no wind, anything like that.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising being up here with no wind.
Right.
Boy, I'll tell you what, you get up on the top of this press box in the spring, and it starts to get a little bit heavy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Many a years out here, I can tell you. It gets a little funky between January and March.
3-1 the count to Baird. That one driven down the first base
line.
line. They're going to call that fair.
He's got 2.
Baird on his horse, heading for second base. He's going to be in with a stand-up double. And a good leadoff to the bottom of the 5th inning for the Renegades. Brady Baird with his second hit of the game. Actually, I should say second double of the game for Brady Baird.
Yeah, he's right now player of the game at this juncture, going 2 for 3. They probably fortunate that he didn't have to go in sliding out there. Onaka got snipered out there by that right field line, fell down trying to go get that ball.
Left fielder now Luke Shaw up to bat, flew out to center in the second inning and got a hit in the 4th. He was part of that leadoff of that 4-run.
Great bunt.
And that is a great bunt because it's going to move Baird over to third base. He'll get thrown out at first, but a good job of advancing Brady Baird. And now Baird at third base, 90 feet. From putting another run on the board.
This sets up perfect for O'Reilly, who's a fly ball hitter. All he's got to be able to do is get this ball elevated into the outfield. You should get an RBI right here. Brady Baird goes all the way back to the current.
And a walk in the 4th inning. And that one on the outside corner, good for a strike, and the count's 0-1. Ball in the dirt, and the count's 1-1. Renegades leading 6-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and that one's fouled back. And now the count's going to go to 1-2.
So what I'm noticing about this bottom part of the lineup is they're doing a real good job letting the ball travel. And again, for those of you guys who are watching, you guys are thinking, okay, maybe they're just a little bit behind. But again, in this situation, even with one out, what you're trying to do is be able to hit behind the runner over to the right side. You see the second baseman has been, working in and out, trying to keep O'Reilly honest over there. Now you got a ball inside, so it evens up the count 2-2. But if he just
in the bottom 5 hitters on this Renegade squad, they've all reached base today. Every single one of them.
And that's what you want to see as a coach. You want those guys to be able to contribute. Ball gets away. I tell you what, this is what happens at the beginning of the year as well too. A lot of these catchers are getting used to these new pitchers as well too. So as they come in, sometimes they're not necessarily used to the break that they have on the ball because they're all new to each other as well too. That's the kind of the one advantage that Bakersfield has about having guys that have played together for so long. They know each other.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch. That one's going to be high, and that's going to send Mora down to first base, and now runners are at the corners with one out in the bottom of the 5th inning. Jason Smith now coming to the plate. The catcher grounded out to third in the 2nd inning and got hit by a pitch in the 4th. He was also part of that 4-run scored inning in the 4th inning. So Jordan Mora with 2 walks today. 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and runners at the corners for BC. And that one's going to be driven into left. Back for the top of the 6th inning. Jacob Ruman, 3 up, 3 down in the last inning and faced 4 batters in the previous inning. So far in the 2 innings that he's pitched, he's got 1 strikeout. Has walked a couple of guys, but a really good inning. A fly out to center, a fly out to left, and a ground out to third in the top of the 5th. And a hit batter, he's going to send Nate Franco
Number 9's going to feel that, man.
As the leadoff, yeah, that one. I don't know if it got him in the knee or the shin or what, or off his foot too. Boy, it seemed like it hit a couple of times before it left him.
Yeah, there's not a lot of meat there, and these cleats really don't do a whole lot as far as protecting your feet. And again, because it's so cold, man, that's going to sting.
Left fielder Brendan McClure now up to bat, flew out to center in the second inning and walked in the fourth. 1 runner on, nobody out. And right as soon as I got done bragging about Jacob Berumen, he hits the leadoff batter and sends 1 runner on.
You know, I was about to say that same thing. I think he was just trying to assert his dominance on that inside part of the plate, make sure everybody knows over in the Moorpark dugout that you're not going to be able to lean over that inside part of the plate. Nice curveball.
Breaking ball just misses outside. Now the count's 2-0.
Come on, Arnie. That's all. That's what I'd be yelling from the dugout. Come on, Arnie.
There's the 2-0 pitch in there for a strike, and the count's 2-1.
They'd be able to get right back up there, get a strike. Again, what you're trying to do is induce a double play.
Renegades with a comfortable 7-1 lead here in the top of the 6th inning, but we know how that can evaporate really quickly.
Incredibly quickly.
And on a cold night, it's just getting colder. We haven't checked the temperature lately here in Bakersfield, but it's starting to get chilly inside the box, and I might be shutting this window in a second or putting on my jacket. I brought my parka with me tonight, thinking we were going to be up on top, and a couple of blankets and an umbrella. 3 balls, 1 strike. And that one's inside, almost hits him. And that'll put runners at first and second base with nobody out. And Jackson Heron, the third baseman, coming to the plate. Heron reached on an error to shortstop Santiago Blanco in the second inning and a ground out to the pitcher in the fourth.
So with visits like this, I really thought they were going to just leave him out there because you want this game to continue to go on. 7-1, you know, let's keep this thing moving. We've got a 6-run lead. I don't want to have to take my walk out there if I'm the pitching coach. I can just holler for something from the dugout. But this right here is probably at least a teaching moment early in the season. But for him to know, hey, look, nobody's hurt still. You're pitching with a lead. Let's get back in the zone. Let's get a double play. Let's get out of here. I do have somebody warming up.
Action going on down in the Renegade bullpen right now.
You know, if you want to stay in this game, let's get a double play. Let's get some sort of weak contact here.
Nobody out, 2 runners on here in the top of the 6th inning. Renegades leading 7-1 over the Moorpark Raiders. They've gotten into trouble a couple of times so far tonight, but managed their way out of it. Only 1 run in that first inning. And a swing and a miss on a breaking ball.
Call that a sword.
And that, we don't even know if that was a defensive whatever. He changed his mind at the last minute. But a good pitch by Jacob Berumen.
Oh, show him bunt. Take the out.
And they're going to come to the top of the order.
Go 1. Yep.
And a good play by O'Reilly coming off the bag to tag the runner. And a ground out to first, and that's 1 away now.
Yeah, it's an interesting call right there from Moorpark. You know, you got 4 frames left on this scorecard, and you're down 6, and you're giving up an out just to be able to move runners over. Usually don't want to give up outs when you're down this many.
Buddy Onosko now up to bat. He's the number 1 hitter in the order. And honestly, I kind of thought that maybe Jacob Berumen would be getting pulled pretty quick here as they face the top of the order now. But top of the order so far, Onosko in the first inning reached on an error to the shortstop, got a hit in the second, and then struck out in the fourth. Following him, 2 walks to Ty Nicolay and a fly out to center.
Good little curveball right there. Took a little off.
And then we haven't really seen anything out of the catcher for the Raiders so far. 2 strikeouts and a ground out to first tonight. So
again,
the first
these guys
3 batters, not a ton of success.
Those guys are in those parts of the lineup for a reason. They've got some pop. You're
just going to wait and find out when that's going to take place.
You hope it's not going to take place. You make your pitches right. Heads up over there. Yeah, in this situation, the reason why they're giving up, an out to be able to move runners on is to be able to get the top of your order up. Again, top of the order not necessarily doing what they should be doing for Moorpark. So hopefully Baroman's able to shut this one down.
Broom with a 1-2 count.
Good pitch. Challenged him on the inside. The thing is that right there he's changing his eye level. So what he's done so far in this mix of pitches, he started off with 2 breaking pitches. Then he went outside, was able to get that foul ball, and then he comes right back inside. He sees his batter's leaning over the inside part of the plate. Good job by Baruman.
1 ball, 2 strikes here. And that one's going to be outside. The count comes even at 2-2.
So, yeah, he's working in and out, went 1 hole, went 3 hole now this time. And now in this situation, you just want something again to be able to induce a swing and a miss or weak contact. So don't be surprised if you have a slider right here.
1 out here in the top of the 6th inning. Renegades leading 7-1.
There it was.
Breaking ball. That one's over
Great
to third
play.
base. It's stopped.
Saves a run. It's a good play right there.
Jordan Mora with the dive, knocked the ball down, held the runner at third base. Now the bases are loaded, but he did prevent a runner from coming in. And Ty Nicolay now coming to the plate, who walked in the 1st and 4th innings and flew out to center in the 2nd.
Yeah, and again in this situation, you got a couple of guys in the bullpen warming up, one guy running in, so it looks like he's going to be the first guy up, going to get a jacket on. But you hate to put a guy in with less than 2 outs and bases loaded. That's going to be a
Pitch
great
over
double
to
play.
Nick Martin at second base.
4-6-3. Got him.
And the 4-6-3 double play. And the Renegades once again get away with another one. No runs, no hits, 1 hit rather, and 3 runners left aboard. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th inning after this. Back for the bottom of the 6th inning, Tom Myers, our producer-director our producer-director, the Dr. Julian Wilson, and I'm joined by Rob Chavez on the broadcast this evening. And Rob, we just saw it, the Renegades had a similar situation in the 1st inning and escaped out of that one with only 1 run, and then they get away with getting 3 left on in the bottom of the top of the 6th inning and escaping, once again, an opportunity that Moorpark just kind of let slip away.
Yeah, like I said, Jacob Baruman isn't necessarily an overpowering strikeout pitcher at the college level yet. I mean, this is his first game in college. And
Jordan Brito, right off the bat, the first pitch just jumps on it, drives it into left field, and he's on his 2nd hit of the game.
So that's a real disciplined sophomore hitter right there. He has not been farting around in the dugout. He's been actually watching what Montgomery hasn't had a chance to face him. And the first pitch that he gets, he's like, okay, if I get something up in the zone, I'm just going to be able to take it in the left field, and that's what he did.
Jordan Brito in the 4th inning had walked over to first base and then found himself to second base on a bad throw over to first and then stole third base after that.
Yeah, he's a threat to steal right here in this situation.
And they know it. They're going to keep an eye on him. And that one's going to be driven into the gap once again.
There you go.
By Nick Martin. And Nick Martin's going to come up with his second. He's going to go into and they're not paying attention. And he got there.
Yeah, he got him.
I didn't think that the second baseman was going to turn in time, and he finds him anyway. And Martin, a base running mistake, and this late in the game, maybe you're pushing the button a little bit too hard.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that when you've got a 6-run lead, but in that situation right there, and I'm sure, coach is going to be able to kind of look back at this film and say, okay, maybe in this situation you see something like that and you've got nobody out, maybe stop getting a rundown, see if you can get a speedy Jordan Brito to score on a rundown that's going on between first and second.
Landon McDonald now up, the third batter in the order for the Renegades. The right fielder with a fly out to center, a hit in the third, and a fly out to left that almost went over the fence.
Yeah, he's about 5 feet away from it, and I tell you, it's
that left fielder's playing pretty close to the warning track right now.
Yeah, there's about 250 feet in between the shortstop
and a big swing and a miss, and the count's 1-1.
Between the shortstop and the left fielder, because they're playing prevent defense here on the grass to be able to prevent a run.
I don't know if that's a super smart move because McDonald can hit a screamer.
Yeah, he can. But the reason
that powerful bat, and that one's going to be inside.
The reason these guys are starting at the JUCO level is because they're good at that. Can't have guys out there that are scared. You know what they say. You're scared, go to church or buy a dog. One of the two.
2 balls, 1 strike to Landon McDonald. 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And that one misses, and now the count's 3-1.
If I got guys out there playing in the infield, they're there because, they're fearless. They're going to get on their belly.
BC with a comfortable 7-1 lead here in the 6th inning. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That one's going to be and they're going to call the strike on the inside corner. McDonald thought he was on his way and gets called back by the home plate umpire. Now the count is full.
I know McDonald remembers Arnie Menem. Like I said, Arnie's been umpiring in this area for about 40 years now.
Montgomery with a 3-2 pitch. That one is inside. And McDonald's going to take a trip down to first base, and now runners are at the corners. And coming up to bat, Brady Baird. And Baird has 2 doubles so far in the game today.
Yep.
Double in the last inning.
Hey, again, Brady's been a hitter, ever since he was a little guy. And what you want to do in this situation, try to stay in that same hitting window that he's been in, see the ball, hit the ball, drive it somewhere in the outfield. He's got a really high chance of getting an RBI right here no matter where he puts the ball in play. There you go. There's
stolen
that
base opportunity. He's going to get caught in between.
So this is what we were talking about right over here. Hopefully you get a guy
and he's going to find his way back to first, so he was safe. And a smart play.
So by having a guy as speedy as Jordan Brito is, that put the second baseman in a real sticky situation because he's got to at least be able to force this guy into an out, but at the same time keep his focus over here on Brito.
Brady saves Landon McDonald over at first base by creeping down third. They didn't want to go to first base with Brito creeping because he would have scored.
Yeah.
McDonald finds his way back and is safe. And honestly, McDonald's pretty quick too, so don't give him anything. Don't take anything away from him.
Yeah, it's just good, smart base running right there to be able to try to induce that. And, again, when you're up 7-1, you can try these things out early in the season, see what you got.
No balls, no strikes to Brady Baird. That one's off the plate outside, and the count's 1-0.
Yeah, if they had this on Apple TV, they'd have that little probability in the corner about how much an RBI probability is in this situation, and I'd have to put this with Brady Baird right around 60 to 70%. We'll see.
The 1-0 pitch from Montgomery. That one's going to be outside.
Easy.
And McDonald's going to come up with his first stolen base of the season. Easily down to second base, no throw. And now 2 runners in scoring position. And Brady Baird looking at a 2-0 count. And an opportunity here to drive in a couple of runs in the bottom of the 6th inning and extend this 7-1 lead.
And again, if he hadn't already had a couple of hits today, a couple of doubles, you'd probably see the hardest swing you'd ever see out of a guy early in the season, with a 2-0 count.
Here's the pitch. That one's
all you gotta do.
Right past second baseman, and that's going to bring that's going to bring
Brito
and McDonald in. So 2 RBIs for Brady Baird. And Baird with 3 hits today, 2 doubles and a single, and a couple of RBIs. You're right, player of the game, huh?
That's an easy choice right there. And, again, we got to find out how many RBI he has. On those first 2 doubles, were they bases empty?
First 2 doubles, he was the leadoff hitter.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to see he's got
pretty easy to figure out that wasn't him.
Yeah. Now with a couple of RBI, that's amazing. It's a good line right there.
2 runs across here in the bottom of the first inning, or the 6th inning rather. 1 out. Luke Shaw at the plate, the left fielder, flew out to center in the 2nd inning, got a hit in the 4th, and grounded out to first in the 5th inning.
Yeah, what a debut to have. You know, they not only does the coach believe in you in the first game of the season to have you as a freshman hitting cleanup, but you come up there and you reward him with 3 for 3 with 2 RBI. A couple runs scored, too.
Luke Shaw at the plate. Liam O'Reilly in the on-deck circle. So they're going to have to face him unless Shaw hits into a double play.
Excuse me.
And I probably shouldn't say that.
No, I'm saying that's an excuse me swing.
Well, that was. But I thought after I said it, I shouldn't say that. He's going to hit into a double play.
Again, in this situation, what you're trying to do is, again, work some things out. You know, now that you're up 9-1, oh, man.
And that's an awful pitch.
That wall went about 52 feet.
That one hit the dirt about 3 or 4 feet in front of the plate. And Baird finds his way down to second base easily on the wild pitch. 2 balls, 1 strike, the count, 1 out.
Anytime I see a pitch like that, I always think about my man Kevin Cooper, former Bakersfield High product, coached at BHS, East, and Centennial. He used to always yell out, "You need a cutoff, man."
Ball high, and the count's 3-1 now.
That's my man Coop.
Fans, be sure to join us back here tomorrow night. Game time is 5 p.m. for the 2nd game of the doubleheader. BC will take on the Raiders. And we do not charge for any admission to any of the events here at Bakersfield College this year. I believe they're going to start charging again next year, but for now, it's free to get in. Take advantage of it while you can. Come on out, bring your parkas and some gloves and a knit cap, and watch a good night of baseball here at Bakersfield College as we kick off the 2026 season.
Yeah, and you think tonight's cold, man. Tomorrow it's looking bitter cold.
I heard it was going to be pretty chilly. I got parkas and blankets. We're going to be
there. You go.
And we're going to be up top, so it's going to be a little chilly, but we're going to make it, right, Julian? He doesn't know. Julian's not a weatherman, and a walk.
He's many things. A weatherman, he's not.
Luke Shaw's going to get the walk down to first
base. But that's okay.
And now,
in the words of Julian Wilson, that's okay.
It made him feel some kind of way about it.
Yeah.
Liam O'Reilly now at the plate with runners at first and second and 1 out. O'Reilly walked in the 2nd inning, grounded out to first in the 4th, and got a double in the 2nd. And it was a stand-up double, too. He had a shot to the outfield.
That was a no doubt into the gap.
Yep.
And again, in this situation, you see short leads out there for BC. They're not a threat to steal it in this situation. Yet you get Montgomery that's up there. He's working on some stuff, but it's also probably just to be able to break up the monotony a little bit.
Kind of give yourself a little bit of a break. And also it kind of puts the batter a little bit on edge because you're not pitching one right after the next to him, so he can't get timing down on you.
Yeah, anytime you can use that pitch clock and go over in a pick situation like that, to be able to kind of slow things down a little bit, get into the hitter's mind, it's even better.
Bakersfield College with 11 hits so far tonight.
Oof, great pitch.
Big swing by O'Reilly. 2 runners across so far in the inning. They lead 9-1 over the Moorpark Raiders.
Looks like this is probably going to be the last inning for Montgomery. You got a guys heating up here pretty quick over in their bullpen.
0-2 the count, 1 out. Montgomery with the pitch. O'Reilly swings on it. He's going to get through the gap almost over there. A great job trapping that one by Nate Franco, and he throws out Liam.
It's a good play. Otherwise, that's a run scored maybe.
He saved a run definitely on that diving catch on that ground out.
But again, what you see right there is these guys buying into the hitting program here. Big Liam O'Reilly is in a situation where he's in an 0-2 hole, and he gets a pitch that at least he can make contact with, go to the opposite side, get behind the runners, advance them. So this way you still set yourself up with runners in scoring position with 2 outs.
That one about a half mile an hour faster would have gotten through the gap there.
Yes.
That one's going to be low and outside. The count's going to be 1-0.
But I can't get too upset if I'm, Coach Townsend at Liam. In that situation, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. If you're not, if you're going to make an out, make it productive, and that's a productive out right there.
Yeah, runners advance to second and third now with 2 outs, and Jordan Moore at the plate walked in his last 2 plate appearances in the 4th and 5th innings. 2 balls, no strikes, and I'm not sure what it is about Jordan Moore that makes everybody want to walk him. He did get a hit in the 2nd inning and got an RBI.
Well, that's why he got an RBI. Bottom of the lineup, he's a threat.
Ooh. Swing and a miss, and the count's 2-1.
And I tell you, that pitch right there from Montgomery is his out pitch. It's just a nice little slider that he throws. It's a little change of pace pitch right there, but it doesn't take a whole lot of effort, but it's got a lot of bite to it at the end of the pitch. Goes to it again.
And a strike. Now the count's 2-2.
Deuce is wild. Like the old Vin Scully would say, deuce is wild, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on.
Jordan Mora, the 7th batter in the order for the Renegades this inning. And he's going to get hit, and now the bases are going to get loaded up. And we may see somebody coming out of the bullpen as Kenny Montgomery has bases loaded now. And coming to the plate, Jason Smith, the catcher, grounded out to third, got hit by a pitch in the 4th inning and flew out to center in the 5th. And for BC, that is I'm looking to see if there's a third, the 2nd hit batter of the game. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning.
Yep. Bottom of the 6th.
Bottom of the 6th. Where am I? No, top of the 7th, right?
Well, we're the home team, so
no,
we can't be
I'm
the top.
sorry. Bottom of the 6th. My math's off. I'm looking at the wrong one. Like I said, we have basketball season, so we're going to have to get warmed up.
Literally and figuratively.
Swing and a miss by Jason Smith. 1-1 the count, 2 out. Bases loaded, and an opportunity for the Renegades to extend this 9-1 lead.
There's only one guy in that dugout in the BC dugout that wouldn't have his feelings too hurt if this is the last out right over here by the catcher, and it is.
And that looks like it is a good play.
Because he gets to come out of the dugout and not sit down. He gets to warm up the pitcher in between innings.
Good play on the ball by Jadrian Klein. Baker Renegades lead 3-0, but they score 2, and they have a 9-1 lead as we head to the top of the 7th inning. You're watching Renegade Baseball on Go Gades Go on our YouTube channel. Back with more after this. We're back for the top of the 7th inning. Renegades leading Moorpark 9-1. Callan Hertensteiner up to bat now, leading off here for the Raiders. Takes the ball outside, and the count's 1-0. And boy, what a fun night having you here with me, Rob. Thanks for coming in here.
Yeah,
and just, you
cool
just
little treat.
Decided
Man.
to come up and hang out.
I was saying what's up, and then you're like, "Hey, jump on!" I was like, okay.
Robert Chavez, former Renegade baseball player here. I was not good enough to play baseball. I did play volleyball though.
Oh, there you go.
We had a club team
hey,
up
and
here.
I tell you what, these new boys volleyball teams are starting to take off here in Kern County. It's good to see that the Central Section adopted that. That plus girls flag football. That's amazing.
Yeah, the Title IX requires 1-to-1, so if they get flag football going into school, then they can have boys volleyball as well. And so
they were just
I played volleyball back in high school in my West High days back in the 1900s. David Wittenberg was my volleyball coach. Of course, the assistant coach for the national championship Centennial Golden Hawks squad.
Wow.
Under not Brooks Slayton. I'm drawing a blank. I'll remember it in a minute. But, I mean, just a fantastic volleyball coach. And we had a couple of club teams around town between Highland and BHS and a few others. And Garces, I think, had one. And so we just had a couple of, guys that just like to get together and play. And we were learning the game of volleyball. Yeah. It's been something I've done my whole life. My daughter, Macy, played high school volleyball. And so we've been really kind of involved in all the volleyball stuff. And I'm an announcer for volleyball. So really just happy to be part of that whole thing here in Bakersfield. If we get the boys programs going, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, I know the two of the leagues here in town already have them slated to go next year if they get enough participation for the girls flag football. And that's
they make all those spring programs too. They would all be spring. So really looking forward to that. 2-2 the count to Hertensteiner. Hertensteiner struck out twice in the first and second innings.
Great pitch.
And he's going to go down once again for his third strikeout of the day. And 6 strikeouts for the Renegade squad. 2 credited to Baruman. And Joshua Brown now coming to the plate, the designated hitter. He's been cold since the first inning where he led off with a hit. He did walk in the third and flew out to center in the 5th. BC leading 9-1. And Baruman with his third inning, and we'll have to find out if this is going to be the last one for him or if they're going to continue to have him go. Again, he got out of that last inning with bases loaded, unscathed. So really impressive so far for Jacob Baruman, just kind of fighting his way back in that last inning. And as you said, Rob, he's not throwing gas. He's throwing, placement. He's Tom Glavine in the game.
Yeah, effective pitches, especially up in the zone with his fastball. He's doing a really good job of changing his eye level. And that's, again, this is exactly what he was taught over at Highland. I know he's probably making his pitching coach over there really proud. Shout out to Art Hoven.
Fastball just misses, and the count's 3-0 now to Brown, and he's going to take that one for a strike, and now the count's 3-1.
Now he's got to climb that hump all the way back. 3-11 up there on the board.
Jaden Onaka in the batter's circle. That one's going to be fouled back, and now the count is full.
Way to come back.
And Baruman, just climbing his way back out of the basement.
Again, in this situation right over here, this gives him an opportunity to go to his out pitch. Again, up 8 runs. Even if you get a swing and miss down in the dirt, this is something that you're going to want. Go to your best off-speed or breaking pitch. And there it was, in the dirt. Try to get a swing and miss, but he wasn't. Good job right there by Joshua Brown. He wasn't going to fall for it.
Yeah, Brown's going to draw the walk, and now a runner's going to head down to first base with Jaden Onaka, the right fielder, coming up to bat. Grounded out to first in the first inning, struck out in the third, and flew out to left in the 5th. And BC's done actually a pretty decent job in the outfield of tracking the ball down on a couple of ones they didn't think they were going to catch up with.
Yeah,
great job by Luke Shaw, especially tracking that one down out there earlier. Found his way on that one. We thought it was going to get over his head.
Yeah, your outfielders, you want at least 3 tools out of those guys. Out of the 5 tools that you're going to get out of a baseball player, if you can get speed, a decent arm, and a guy that can either hit for power or average, that's going to be it right there.
So a ball outside. Now the count's going to go to 2-0 on Jaden Onaka.
It's one thing you can't teach is speed. be a
Onaka out of Oaks Christian High
Oaks Christian.
Oaks Christian High School. Say that 10 times fast. 6'3".
It's good size on that kid. And I tell you, Oaks Christian, one of the best baseball programs in the entire nation. So for Moorpark to be able to get this guy to stay home, that's saying something about their recruiting process.
2 balls, 1 strike to count. 1 out. That one's going to be outside. Knocked down by Jason Smith. And looking over to first base, Joshua Brown as the designated hitter doesn't appear to be in any hurry to find his way down to second base. Not even getting too far of a lead. Here's the 3-1 pitch. That one's going to hit the outside corner.
It's a great pitch.
And 3-2 the count now. And another opportunity for Jacob Ruman to try to get one out here. Here's the 3-2 pitch.
Nice pitch.
And that one looked like it
Ooh.
was going to hit the corner, just misses, and now he's walked 2 runners in a row, and we got runners at first and second with Jadrian Klein-Baker, the first baseman, coming up.
And Coach Townsend's going to get Jacob out of there, and a good opportunity to be able to do so. You got 2 runners on, 1 out. You get a guy that is able to come in here. Hopefully he's able to induce a double play and get out of there. But good job by Jacob Baruman. He came in, started a little bit shaky with that first batter. They quickly got out there, went to a coaches conference, and since then he's been lights out.
Done pretty well on 3 1/3 innings. After coming in for Chance Garricky, he got 2 strikeouts and no earned runs. So hats off.
And he's up for the win right now in this situation. He came in with a tie ball game. So at this point, looks like he's going to pick up his first college W of his career. It's cool to be able to get that.
So now coming in, Tony Fabian. Fabian making his way back to Bakersfield College from last year. We got to watch Tony pitch last year quite a bit. A lot of injuries on that squad last year, but Fabian managed to find his way to the end. And he comes in a lot in relief and does a pretty decent job for BC. Renegades with a 9-1 lead here in the top of the 7th inning. 1 down. We'll be back with the rest of the top of the 7th inning right after this.
Yeah. Yeah. Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Step on the court, feel the energy surge. Renegades ballin', watch the momentum emerge. Fast break fury, we attack, no doubt. Opponents wanna run, but there's no time out. Yeah, Bakersfield born, we grind in the heat. Putting that work till the mission complete. Student athlete, hustle that classroom and court. Brains and buckets, yeah, we built for the sport. Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Baseline dripping.
New pitcher in for the Renegades, number 7, Tony Fabian out of Broomfield, Colorado, in his 2nd year here at Bakersfield College.
You know, I've never had a chance to go down there and talk to Fabian. My uncle, my dad's brother, and his family live in Broomfield. Lived there for the last 25 years.
Jadrian Klein-Baker up to bat, and that one's a wild pitch. Can't be handled by Jason Smith, and the runners are going to advance now to 2nd and 3rd base.
You know, shout out to my football broadcast partner, Kenny Calvin. In this situation, he said, you know, he'll say that there's a reason why coaches have gray hair or none at all. You get a guy that comes in for relief after a really good outing by another pitcher, and he throws the first pitch right in the dirt.
And a swing and a miss. And the count is 1-1. Nate Franco on deck for the Raiders. He is 0 for 3 today. Klein Baker is also 0 for 3 today. That one's outside. Now the count's 2 balls, 1 strike. Martin dancing around over there at second base, trying to hold the runner, but, he's not really going to go anywhere. This might be an opportunity, though, like you said. Get a little bit of practice in on what you may be doing during the regular season while you got a little space. That one's going to be driven down left field line, but it's going to be foul. And the count goes to 2-2. One out here in the top of the 7th inning. The Renegades leading 9-1 over the Moorpark Raiders. Tom Myers and Robert Chavez on the broadcast. Great to have everybody here for the opening game of the 2026 season. Pitch is off the plate, and now the count's going to go full. And I digress. Our scoreboard's having a little bit of an issue, but no, it did go to full. Yeah,
we got full.
We got a couple of light bulbs out there in left field, but that one actually looks like it's right on now. So we're good. I'm going to go get a ladder tomorrow and go replace a couple of those bulbs. Here's the pitch. It's outside. Fabian's going to walk the first runner down to first base, and that'll load the bases now.
Yeah, good opportunity for us to ask anybody who's watching this broadcast or going to be re-watching this broadcast, if you'd like to make a donation towards Bakersfield College baseball and have a new scoreboard out there, that'd be fantastic, because that scoreboard was 2 years old when I first started playing here, and that's 27 years ago. So we're approaching 3 decades on Big Bertha out there.
Franco up to bat. Big swing on the first pitch. No balls, 1 strike the count. He flew out to left in the first inning and grounded out to second in the third. Then he was hit by a pitch last inning. Fabian's 0-1 pitch, and that one's grounded over to short.
Double play.
Martin is going to handle that one, and that's going to Santiago Blanco going to come up a little short on that one. Good job of interruption by the base runner and kind of throwing it off the path. A run will come across. But 1 down, and now there are 2 down here in the top of the 7th. Franco will lead. Franco will get to first base on a fielder's choice, and Brendan McClure now coming to the plate.
That's a good safety play right there by the second baseman. When you're up by 8 runs, you don't necessarily have to press that. You're just going to want to get the easy out over at second. You can give up a run. You can give up 3 runs for an out. It doesn't matter. You just want to be able to make sure that you're getting that out.
First pitch hits the corner, and the count, no balls, 1 strike.
That's why that last walk really didn't hurt, because that set up a force out really everywhere. Ball in the dirt. It's a good block right there. Smith doing a pretty good job overall.
Yeah, Jason Smith in the first part of this season doing a really good job, having to, of course, come behind Ben Ulyat, who was the catcher for the Renegade program for the last 2 years. Ulyat moving on to a 4-year university. Nice slow rolling curveball, and now the count's 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. That's going to be on the inside. And the count's 2-2. Runners at the corners, 1 across so far in the top of the 7th inning for the Raiders.
Deuce is wild right here. Good opportunity for a swing and a miss or a ground ball in this situation.
That one's going to be outside.
Okay, so I
now
used
the
to
count's 3-2.
always make this bet. Julian, Tom, I can bet all of you guys any stake in town that the guy on first is going to be running on this pitch. Ready? Set. And
Is it you're going to buy us a steak if he does that?
what I tell you, you guys.
Yeah, and he wasn't even running that hard. And obviously, that's the third walk of the game for Brendan McClure. So he finds himself aboard once again on a walk. 3 walks today.
And in the 8-hole, that's all you want out of a guy. You know, usually you're trying to hide guys in the 8 spot of your lineup because he's not necessarily the strongest hitter. He's a guy that's just going to be able to turn the lineup over, get it to the top of the line. It's probably a good defensive player. And as you can tell, you get McClure out of there. He might not be the fastest guy, but you get
Addison Janowitz now heading over to first base. Obviously got some wheels.
You're up there to see pitches. You're up there to be able to get deep in counts, and that's exactly what he does, and he forces a walk.
2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 1 run across for the Raiders. BC leading 9-2. Jackson Heron reached on an error to the shortstop in the 2nd inning. One of the 2 errors for Santiago Blanco in the beginning of this game. Probably just a little bit of nerves and a little jittery, and it's a little chilly. So settled down since then and has done a pretty good job. He grounded out to the pitcher in the 4th inning and grounded out to first in the 6th. Pitch is low, and the count's 1-0. BC with 6 strikeouts so far tonight. 4 of those credited to Chance Garricky and 2 to Jacob Baruman. And conversely, BC has only struck out twice.
Yeah, you got to love that. You not giving up easy outs with swings and misses. Again,
part of that is putting the ball in play.
Yeah, and that's the thing with a Coach Townsend team right there. That's exactly what the buy-in is. Let's make sure that we're making productive outs.
Here comes Fabian with the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. That one was in the dirt. And 1 ball, 2 strikes the count.
I do that motion right there.
Robert
with
putting the sword
yeah.
back in the sheath violently.
You get a breaking pitch and a swing and a miss like that, and they're flailing. That's a sword. It's to all those Gen Zers out there. They have their own language, as you.
They sure do. Ball outside, and now the count's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning.
A lot of 2s up there on that auxiliary scoreboard. Kern Refuse Disposal, Inc.
I don't think we can say that. I don't know if they paid for anything, did they?
Well, their name's up there.
They obviously paid for that.
Right. Great pitch.
Hit over to shortstop.
Oh, Blanco.
And
come
Blanco is going to have his 3rd error of the day. And a run will come across.
And again, the reason why he made that error was because he let the ball eat him up, meaning he let it get too deep out there. So where he's standing at right there, he maybe took 2 steps up. So he's playing on the grass. He takes 2 steps up. On that situation right there, you're working on something. Come up, cut off that ball, be able to make a nice play. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive in that situation.
Raiders back to the top of the order. Buddy Onosko, the center fielder, up to bat now.
His name's Buddy.
And that one's in the dirt. 1 ball, no strikes the count. Bases loaded. 2 outs here in the top of the 7th inning. 2 runs across so far in this inning.
Now you're going to play at the plate. Here we go.
Here comes the throw, and that's going to be off the mark, and 2 runs are going to come across now.
Oh, wow. All right. Well, this is
and a hit right up the middle for Onosko, and 2 RBIs.
Stuff of nightmares right over here for a coach. You know, you come into the inning with an 8-run lead, and now you give up a big crooked number in that situation.
So Ty Nicolay now up to bat.
Yeah, you'd like to see Fabian have a little bit more of a competitive pitch in that situation. Both of those runs unearned off of that error that was made by Blanco. So really this is everything else in this inning is going to be unearned runs. So
swung on and driven down the right field line, almost hit the first base coach.
And when you see something like that, when you're still up 5, which is comfortable with, again, only 3 frames left. But in this situation, you might think about having O'Reilly play a little bit more guarded on the lines, taking away any doubles in this situation. It's a good pitch right there, a little off speed, got him to roll over. Now I got a 1-2 count.
Remarkably, only 1 hit in the inning for the Raiders. 4 walks.
Yeah, and an error that really kept this game going.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now, this is the 9th batter in the order this inning for the Raiders. And that one driven into the gap in right field.
It's going to take a lot to be able to get there.
And Landon McDonald over it, and he's going to get that one. McDonald puts it away.
Hung up just enough for him to be able to get it.
And the Raiders once again leave runners stranded, but they come away with 4 runs in the inning. I stand corrected, 3 runners in the inning. We had 4 up on the board, but now it is 3. Renegades leading the Moorpark Raiders 9-4.
We'll stretch.
Back with more after this. Back for the bottom of the 7th inning. Leading off for the Renegades, number 15, Santiago Blanco, the shortstop.
All right, one more time.
He got a strikeout in the 3rd inning.
Tom, can you keep it down?
Well, we had to mute it up here in the press box for a second because our public address announcer is trying to get all the changes. There were about 6 changes in the roster for Moorpark, and I'm not taking it down, but I mean,
it's a hockey line change.
We're in the bottom.
Right,
they did a line change, absolutely. I'm in the bottom of the 7th here.
And you got a fly ball.
And Blanco drives that one into center field.
So in that situation, when it comes to substitutions, again, for baseball, it's a little pet peeve of mine. Let's get them as they come up to hit. I don't need to know where they're at necessarily right now out in the field. You let me know when they come up to hit. They can't see anything that's out there anyway. So
a fly out to center for Santiago Blanco, and one down here in the bottom of the 7th inning, and a big curveball there, but it was high to Jordan Brito.
So Blanco right there, first pitch swinging. That is not uncommon for a guy who makes an error that extends an inning and allows for 3 unearned runs to score. He's trying to make it up for one swing.
Pitch in there low, and now the count's 2-0.
So yeah, this is going to be one of those. Hey, if you're Blanco, throw it over your shoulder. You're up 9-5. Hopefully, you're gonna get a W.
Swung on down the right field side, out of bounds.
Find the bullpen out there.
Right into the bullpen.
Did you guys hear 25 in the two spot with all that? Right, but before he said 25 in the two spot, which would eliminate the DH.
Could eliminate the DH. Who knows?
So we're trying to get things square with the PA announcer.
Wow.
And that one right down the gut.
Yeah,
and the
Jordan
count's
was
3-2 now.
Jordan was looking for something different on a 2-2 pitch right there. He wasn't necessarily expecting that fastball on the outside part of the plate. Trying to look for a swing and a miss pitch right here.
Brito with a fly out to right in the first inning. And
There
a
it
swing
was.
and a miss, and down he goes. That'll be his first strikeout of the game.
That's just a really good job right there by number 25, Greg Lopez, who came into the game out of Simi Valley. You know, he was down early in the count and was able to kind of fool Jordan a little bit, because Jordan's kind of looking for something different. And again, this is the advantage for pitchers early in the season. Nobody has any kind of notes on you. They haven't seen you yet.
Nick Martin now up to bat, the second baseman. Big swing and a miss.
That's why it's impressive to see that the Renegades have been able to put up 9 runs against Moorpark, you know, really with 17 base runners that I've seen. And really they've just allowed Moorpark to stay in the game with errors.
Pitch inside.
A little sweeper pitch right there.
And the count goes to 1-1.
Lopez.
Martin with that big hit in the last inning, but got caught trying to make his way over to second base and got thrown out.
Just missed. Ball down.
2 balls, 1 strike the count now.
Yeah, it's a big glaring mark up there. Anytime you see that crooked number out there in that far right-hand side of the scoreboard, indicating how many errors you have.
Martin with the ground out to second base.
Quick inning right there for Greg Lopez, be able to come down and cool off this lineup.
3 up, 3 down. Renegades go down in order, but still lead 9-5 as we head to the top of the 8th inning. It's BC 9, Moorpark 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Step on the court, feel the energy surge.
Russo, the right-handed pitcher out of Stockdale High School. Freshman. Again, a lot of freshman pitchers on this
River
squad.
League.
And I'll tell you what, I was talking with Coach, and he was really excited about the freshman talent that he had coming up here to pitch this year.
I tell you, over the past few years, we're watching that South Yosemite River League. I have not seen this number of concentration of talent coming out of one league as
And
far
a
as
hit
pitching
batter
goes.
right off the bat. And again,
Again,
Fabian does it.
You
Bad pitch in the first pitch that he throws.
Search your
And
dominance.
then Russo does the same thing and sends a batter down to first base. And now a runner at first with nobody out.
You know, this goes back to the character Nuke Lelouch in Bull Durham. I want to announce my presence of authority. He comes inside. I'm going to make sure that everybody knows who he is, Salvatore Russo.
Joshua Brown now at the plate. One hit in the first inning, walked in the third, walked in the seventh, flew out to center in the fifth. And BC may slowly be letting Moorpark crawl back into this game, and that's not something you want to lose track of too quickly. That last inning was 4 runs.
Yeah, and, one of the things that you talk about, when you're up here at BC is that you want to win every 3 innings. And the Renegades tied in the first 3, and then they absolutely blew the doors off in the middle 3, and now you're down 4 in the bottom 3. So you want to be able to get a chance to get back and at least tie or take the lead in these last 3. Again, this is the motto that you have up here at BC. Started with Coach Payton, and it's gone down to Coach Townsend.
2 balls, 1 strike, the count. Russo off the plate.
Good velocity, but again, he's just trying to be able to dial it in.
Now it's 3-1 the count. Nobody out, runner at first base.
Just want to be able to take a little bit off. Ground ball is your best friend right here. Nice pitch.
That one hits the outside corner.
And in this
now the count's
situation,
3-2.
You got a guy in Blanco over there at shortstop. If I'm him right now, I want this ball. If I've already committed a handful of errors so far in this game, get it to me. I'm going to show you guys why you put me out here.
And the tough part about today is that Blanco's only
nice pitch.
That one doesn't get the call on the outside corner there. And 2 walks now, 1 hit batter and a walk. And 2 runners on with nobody out here in the top of the 8th inning. And we've been talking about it. Jaden Onaka, the right fielder, the big guy, he may be due.
Yeah, big guy out of Oaks Christian. Joe Montana's son.
He walked in the 8th inning. That's right, he sure did. They came up here and played.
Yeah, he did.
I believe Derek Carr was playing at BCHS.
Derek Carr was there.
In that same game.
Boy
yeah.
was playing
that was a big game.
Him. And, the starting quarterback was for the Oaks Christian JV that game.
Who's that?
Wayne Gretzky's son.
Oh, that's right. They were both here. That's right.
They were. I ran into Wayne Gretzky in the parking lot that night. He was had his big cruiser out there.
Boy, how many years ago?
Cruiser.
Was that 15 years ago or longer?
Yeah,
Boy, it was a while.
It was 2010, I believe. No, 2008.
Swung on and missed, and now the count is even at 1-1.
Yeah, we're going on 18 years.
Jeez.
And I tell you what, right now, I don't know what's going on back there with Smith. Smith is short hop the pitcher on a couple of throwbacks over here. I don't know if that's kind of a subtle way of saying, hey, if you're going to throw one in the dirt, I'm going to throw one in the dirt myself.
Yeah.
Hey, again, trust me.
Julian Smith, that's not it.
Julian, again, there it is. Again,
and
ball
that
in the
one,
dirt. And
a bad ball in the dirt, too, because Smith had no chance on it.
And I don't really like the body language right now with Russo. When you've already put 2 guys on, then you're throwing the ball 6 feet short of the plate, and you're not busting it to get to the plate to cover. That's just and when you're doing it, you're already telling the other team, hey, you're still in it. I'm going to give you the opportunity to be in it. Now you've got a situation where the Renegades are only up by 4. It's not like they can give up a whole lot of runs to chase an out in this situation. So now they're going to put him on. So
and that
it's a good walk right there in that situation. No, I don't know.
I have no idea what that was. Swing and a miss on the 3-1 on the 2-1 pitch rather. Now it's 2-2.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Arnie Mena was trying to tell me. Usually, if he puts up the 4, he's putting him on. I thought maybe Townsend was going to put him on, set up a force out somewhere, but 2-2.
That one fouled off back to the net. Count remains 2-2.
That was just a good hard cutter right there for Russo.
Russo has a little bit of heat.
Yeah, he does.
And he's bringing it right now. And you could tell Jaden Onaka was a little late on that pitch.
Trying to probably go inside right there in this pitch.
He's going to stay outside.
But he missed. You
missed big time. Yeah, I mean,
you see where Smith was set up. He was set up middle in, and he missed that by about 3 feet.
Full count to Onaka. Nobody out, 2 runners on. Here in the top of the 8th inning. Raiders trailing 5-9. Swing and a miss, and down he goes.
It's bread and butter right there for a guy
And
like
a little bit of
Russo.
a save for Salvatore Russo as he gets one out here in the top of the 8th.
Now batting number 12, Drew Hayes.
So we got a new
Drew Paez now up to bat. Number
batter.
12, his first appearance of the game.
Okay, I think Smith probably got a message from the dugout right now. He's firing it back to Russo.
Kind of giving it to him a little bit,
Yeah.
little bit better. No balls, 1 strike the count.
Again, the good thing
And
about
that one on the outside corner hits the plate, and now it's 0-2.
You know, it was 30 years ago this season that Coach Payton took over the program, and we've had basically 30 consecutive years of a similar staff with Townsend taking over 4 years ago.
Swing and a miss, and down he goes, and
Great
now there's
pitch.
2 outs.
He's finally
and
heating
2
up.
strikeouts in a row for
But
Salvatore Russo.
this goes back to, again, in this cold weather, a lot of times it takes pitchers an extra couple of hitters to be able to get warm. It's one thing to go out there in the bullpen and get loose and get ready. It's another thing to be able to jump out in the bump in the middle of the diamond.
Lucas Riker now up for the Raiders.
Just missed outside. But what I was talking about with the philosophy from Peyton and Townsend, everything done out here is done for a purpose, and that even means getting it back to the pitcher. If you're a catcher back there and you're throwing it back lazily, it just goes to show you. And again, that right there is a kind of an example of that.
And he's going to make it in under the tag as Smith couldn't get back and get it in time, and a run is going to come across on a wild pitch.
That's a pass ball right there. That ball hits your glove. That's on Smith right there.
Well, and as we said earlier, Smith's had a pretty decent game so far tonight, but that could be a frustration pass as well. You never know.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not going to give him go too hard on him. He's had a pretty rough game.
And again,
Getting a little beaten up right now.
In that situation, again, this is where you got to be able to catch all 9.
Well, and there's that.
Smith,
And again, this is a 9-inning game in cold weather,
Right.
and a catcher,
Yeah.
that's a pretty tough spot to be in.
for a lot of these guys, it's the first time that they're playing 9 innings.
Yeah,
minus playing in extras. 9 frames it's a long haul. Got to get 27 instead of 21. It's a good pitch, but
And
just
that
missed.
one misses high,
Yeah.
and that'll send Riker down to first base. And now coming up to bat, another part of that line change. Number 4, Addison Janowitz. Janowitz came in as a pinch runner in the last inning.
Yeah, Janowitz is a former teammate, again, of my nephew, who I call out. But they played together at Arroyo Grande High last year together. And I got a chance to see Janowitz. Janowitz is a really good ball player.
So another walk by this Renegade pitching squad. They've had quite a few today, and we don't have a full count on them. I'm going to have to start keeping stats on that, I think. But there's a lot of W's on my score sheet right now. Pitch inside.
That almost got him right there. And
Janowitz could have just hung in there and taken the hit.
Yeah. I think, with a guy like Janowitz, he's coming in, he wants to be able to get something to swing at, especially with a pitcher that's struggling here.
That one's going to be high. Now the count's 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the 8th inning. 1 run has come across so far. And it's 9-6.
Good pitch.
That one hits the inside corner, and now it's 2-1.
Again, one of the things that I know that, Russo is probably going to get talked to. It's a very easy fix. Once he gets back to the dugout, you're going to be told, "Hey, kid, change this body language here. I want to make sure that when you're up there, you're in command." Ooh.
And we're waiting on the call. And he called him safe. I
Yeah,
was
he did
looking over
call
the
him
first
safe.
base coach had called him safe, and I think that the
base coach
second base umpire was looking to him for
base coach is
advice.
always going to sell it, but if you notice over here, Arnie is checking the plate. He gets the the plate, but at the same time, he's taking a look over at first to see if the first baseman's going to pull his foot.
And Townsend's up having a conversation because he wants to double-check to make sure that the second base umpire was right. And another run comes across.
There we go. So, yeah, we've got 9-7 now. Again,
Moorpark clawing their way back.
6 runs in the last.
They were
two
down
frames.
9-1 2 innings ago. And a couple of errors and a lot of walks later. BC just letting them hang around. And the BC bullpen has not done its job in trying to keep this game in the win column. They're really helping Moorpark more than they're hurting them.
Yeah, after Jacob Baruman leaves the game, which he did a fantastic job in 3 1/3, you got to be able to clean this up. Great pitch. And again, right there is what you want to see out of Russo. Come out there and compete. Really go at these guys. Again, you still have a lead. Pitch like you're pitching with a lead. First pitch he came out there and he fired it out, low 90s. Just got it right by him.
Diego Soria up to bat now. He's got an 0-2 count.
It's a good pitch. Up.
That one a
0-2.
little bit high.
Yeah, it's up. And you don't want that to be any sort of hittable ball right there in that situation. That is not an uncompetitive pitch. But you still want to be able to make sure that it's around the area so this way you give Smith a chance. Good pitch.
Soria swings and misses. 2 runs across in the top of the 8th inning. It's Bakersfield College 9, Moorpark College 7. We'll be back right after this.
Yeah. Yeah. Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Step on the court, feel the energy surge. Renegades ballin', watch the momentum emerge. Fast break fury, we attack, no doubt. Opponents wanna run, but there's no time out. Yeah, Bakersfield born, we grind in the heat. Putting that work till the mission complete. Student athlete, hustle that classroom and court. Brains and buckets, yeah, we built for the sport. Red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Baseline dripping, let the sneakers talk, yeah. Coach got a plan, whole squad lock, yeah. Pick and roll dreams, crowd jump when we pop. 3-point rain, head splash, never stop. We represent the valley, represent the team. Renegade vibe pumping through the bloodstream. At Hill, Bishop Court, you feel that roar. This is BC. We want more and more from the warm-ups to the last buzzer ring. Renegades fight hard for that champion thing. This is our moment. This is our time. Bakersfield College, yeah, we redefine. Yeah, red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Nah, we ride or die, yeah. Nah, we ride or die.
Pitcher Greg Lopez shut down the Renegades back in the 7th inning. Looking to do the same thing again here. Landon McDonald will lead off for the Renegades. McDonald with a hit in the 3rd inning and walked in the 6th. Flew out to center and flew out to left.
Is Pinedo still the closer up here? Okay, so I'm assuming he's warming up right now.
First pitch in there for a strike, counts 0-1.
Yeah, I got Caleb Pinedo out of Highland. That's going to be coming in to close this game for the Renegades.
That one fouled off.
Got the catcher right in the mask.
Yeah, right in the mask. You heard it all the way up here. Sounds like a broken egg.
And again, another shout out to Art Hoven. He's a pitching coach over at Highland. And, you're going to hope that the Highland pitching is going to be able to save this game, with Baruman going 3 1/3. No runs, and then hopefully Pinedo's able to shut it down in the top of the 9th.
Oh, 0-2 the count to McDonald. Brady Baird in the on-deck circle. Slow rolling curveball. That one's out of play.
Way to fight it off, get another pitch. Again, it's a dangerous pitch on 0-2. But when you've got that kind of confidence out there like Lopez had, shutting down the Renegades in the last frame, he's going to come out there and try to compete with any count.
And 9 times out of 10, Landon McDonald has that hit. He's got a good eye for that rolling curveball.
There it is.
Even
Gap
better for
shot.
a fastball. That one
Got
right into the gap in center field.
He got a chance for 3. He's going 3.
And McDonald on his horse. He's going to make his way around second, and he'll be into third base standing up. Well, he could have stood up, but he slid anyway. And Landon McDonald with a triple.
Attaboy.
And 2 hits in the game today. And right now, the BC offense really needed a shot in the arm, and that's the one. And Landon McDonald with his second college hit. And Brady Baird now the designated hitter coming up to bat. And Barrett, as we've talked about, 3 for 4 today with 2 doubles and a hit.
And now he's got an opportunity to get another RBI right here with the infield up, trying to save a run.
Pitch inside. McDonald down at third base, and he's not going to creep too much because he doesn't really have to.
No, in this situation, again, with nobody out, you know that run means a lot over there, so you don't want to get caught in a situation.
That one fouled off to left field.
You don't want to get caught in a situation where you get a line drive here and get doubled off over at third, so you're going to try to hang back just a little bit.
1 ball, 1 strike, the count to Brady Baird. Bottom of the 8th inning, nobody out, and a runner at third. That one's going to hit the outside corner for a strike, and now the count's 1-2, and Baird is behind.
Again, last time Brady had this situation where they had the infield in, he went right up the middle. Second baseman showed like he was going to be up the middle, but he shifts back. Little pitch out right there. Don't know exactly why he went a foot outside in that situation.
Yeah, sometimes that's just a thrown away pitch because it's so far outside, you're not going to get a batter to bite on that.
No.
2-2 the count now.
There.
Barrett swings on that one. Oh, and a great play over at first base.
Yeah. And that's why, again, you hang back if you're McDonald. You don't want to get doubled off in that situation. But
Drew Paez, who came into the game last inning and makes a big play on a hard-driven ball.
Yeah, Brady was able to get some of that sweet spot on it, but it unfortunately was right at the first baseman. Pickoff attempt. McDonald is not fooled in that situation.
Luke Shaw now up to bat. Flew out to center in the second inning. He got a hit in the 4th, grounded out to first in the 5th, and then walked in the 6th. BC has batted around quite a bit tonight and put a bunch of runners on. Of course, they scored 9 runs. So they've had a lot of offensive production so far this evening, which is a good sign for the first game of the season.
Yeah.
And we don't know if Moorpark's hanging on to a different pitcher for tomorrow night than they are tonight.
Yeah, typically you're going to, in a series like this, you're going to want to hang back a couple of guys, but you're traveling with 8 or 9 arms. Yeah. So
no balls, okay. 1 strike, the count, 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And that one's going to hit the outside of the corner. And
great pitch.
And honestly, Moorpark's been getting that outside, Artie's been calling that outside corner all night long.
Artie likes that outside black over there. But I tell you, when you're in this situation, he should have probably been in 2-strike approach this whole time. So now he is. All he's trying to do is be able to get back control through the infield.
That one's on the outside. Good job of holding off on that by Luke Shaw. Because for a second there, I saw it looked like Mena was going to flinch. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the count now.
Shaw with that rodeo bat up there. A lot of pop in that bat.
That went inside, fouled off and back.
See, again, in this situation with Shaw, where he's at in the lineup hitting 5, he's a guy that you're hoping to, drive it deep. But in this situation right here, you've got a lot of real estate between your infield and your outfield. And what you kind of want to do right here is just be able to slap the ball through the hole somewhere.
And that one driven once again into the gap in right center field.
That's having a chance for 3 right there. Two
And it
triples
may
in
be
an inning.
another triple.
Oh, yeah, it
as
is.
McDonald comes across the plate, a run will score.
This will be an easy stand-up triple right here.
And Luke Shaw with another triple, 2 triples in a row. And BC
Let's see if you
puts
guys.
another run on the board. Now they lead 10-7.
If anybody watches that at bat right there, and what I was talking about with the 2-strike approach, is that what you're trying to be able to do is get a good swing on it. He didn't necessarily come out of his shoes for that. He's able to drive it into a gap somewhere, find some real estate, and that's what he did.
Liam O'Reilly now up to bat, and that one's going to be inside. O'Reilly has a big bat, but an opportunity here where he can just put it in play. And right now, everybody in the outfield is back. 1 ball, no strikes to count. And a curveball over to third base. And, a smart move.
Yeah.
And that one's just going to get thrown away.
Get over there, big man.
And O'Reilly heading into second. And he's going to reach second on an error.
And that's all you want to do is be able to put the ball in play. And that was a good job right there for McDonald to be just far enough off the bag to where if he got a chance to dive back, he's still going to be able to beat the third baseman. But it gets the third baseman to think about it and make a bad play. These are things
and Diego Soria is going to get credited with the error on the play on the bad throw, and the Renegades across with another run.
And these are the things that you work on in the offseason, all in the fall, and all the repetitive stuff that I know Coach Townsend's out there doing, Coach Machado's out there doing. All these things that are just driving players nuts. Like, why do we have to do this again and again? But it's base running like that that creates errors and creates opportunities.
Jordan Mora has reached base every single time he's been up today.
Good job, big man.
And O'Reilly on the pass ball finds his way over to third base now. So we've got a third base runner, 3 in a row for the Renegades, and only 1 out.
And shout out to Liam right there. You know, he's definitely not Jordan Brito out there, but what he is a smart base runner. He did this a couple of times last year in the games that I was out here to see. He takes good aggressive leads to where he's not going to be able to get back picked over at second. Loose ball, he gets over to third. Good
curveball driven once
right
again,
there.
And it's tailing over.
Good.
That's going to be the second out, but O'Reilly is going to score easily as he lumbers down third base line. And 3 runs across here in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Renegades.
And again, O'Reilly really manufactured a lot of that run right there. He puts the ball in play, gets fortunate enough to be able to be busting it down the line to create a bad throw. Gets over to second, advances to third on a pass ball for being a big guy, sets up his the hitter up there to be able to have an RBI opportunity. Good job by Liam O'Reilly.
Catcher Jason Smith now up to bat. That one hits the inside corner. Called strike. 2 out. 3 runs across here in the bottom of the 8th inning for the Renegades, and they lead 12-7. And that one's going to be just over to second base, and that's going to do it as the Renegades score 3.
3 more outs to go. Hardest outs to get in baseball. 25, 26, and 27.
Bakersfield College 12, Moorpark College 7. We'll be back with the top of the 9th inning after this.
Here comes Pinedo. I'm telling you, man. Short.
Yeah. Yeah. Red and black on my back, that's the Renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Step on the court, feel the energy surge. Renegades ballin', watch the momentum emerge. Fast break fury, we attack, no doubt. Opponents wanna run, but there's no time out. Yeah, Bakersfield born, we grind in the heat. Putting that work till the mission complete. Student athlete, hustle that classroom and court. Brains and buckets, yeah, we built for the sport. Red and black on my back, that's the Renegade pride. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Hardwood, ready crowd, rumble inside. We don't play games, nah, we ride or die. Baseline dripping, let the sneakers talk, yeah. coach, got a plan, whole squad lock. Yeah, yeah. Pick and roll dreams, crowd jump when we pop. 3-point rain, net splash, never stop. We represent the valley, represent the team. Yeah. Renegade fire pumping through the bloodstream. At Gill Bishop Court, you feel that roar. This is BC. We want more and more from the warm-ups to the last buzzer ring. Renegades fight hard for that champion thing. This is our moment. This is our time. Bakersfield College, yeah, we redefine. Yeah, red and black on my back, that's the renegade pride. Yeah. BC in the building, whole city on the rise. Yeah. Hardwood ready, crowd rumble inside. We don't play games.
Caleb Pinedo in for the Renegades for the top of the ninth inning. Pinedo with 15 appearances last season, 7 saves. Looking to shut this one down. And the Renegades want to come away with the win. They were kind of falling apart a little bit there. Managed to get a couple of runs on the board, kind of extend the lead. So hoping to hold on to it now and close this one out.
Yeah. Man, Pinedo is the reason why this guy is the closer and why he earned it last year. Is he able to come in and just throw strikes? There it is. Ooh,
that one's going to miss
just
low.
Missed.
1 ball, 1 strike.
I think that fooled Arnie.
Santiago Blanco, correction, wrong roster, sorry about that. Nick Pacella out of Oaks Christian High School, another Oaks Christian product. Up to bat now, his first appearance of the game. That one swung on and missed, and that was really inside.
That just shows
Had
you
he dropped his shoulder down, he would have gotten hit and sent to first base.
But that just shows you what kind of movement Pinedo has on that pitch. That's just a 2-seam fastball that's running in on the hands of the batter.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
There was
that one's
that's
way
a foul
behind,
ball.
and that one's gonna.
That should be a foul. I thought he hit bat. I hit the bat.
I think that it might have hit his.
That sounded like that hit bat, but I guess that was
might have hit his hand guards that he's got in his back pocket. So that's going to send him down to first base with another hit batter.
They refer to that stuff in the back pocket, Tom, as drip.
Yeah. Oh, us Gen Xers have no idea what goes on.
No, we don't. We just try to go along with the ride. And if
one runner on, nobody out. And Gabriel Flores up to bat.
And if you could tell, who's that? What was the name of the kid over at first base who's running? He's just like kids that are in 12U ball. He didn't even strap up his sliding mitt until after the first pitch, and that's usually what happens. It drives all of his Gen X coaches nuts.
Yeah, and he's looking to get a little space over there. He's got that sliding glove on.
He does. But
so look for him to get a little bit of a lead. Nobody out.
I'd say an aggressive lead for sure. For him to steal a base right over here wouldn't be too smart. I mean, his run doesn't really mean anything. His out means a lot more.
That one's going to be in the dirt. Smith can't corral it. And that'll send Pacella down to second base.
See, this is what Pinedo needs to start, be able to ramp up a little bit better at. So once you get into a situation where you're up 0-2, he's been up 0-2 in these first 2 counts. Yet you got nobody out and a runner on second. You got to be able to close the deal.
Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Flores. That one swung on and fouled away.
It's a good pitch right there. That's that little nasty slider that just ran out.
Flores doing a good job of fighting that one off.
Yeah, he was lucky to be able to get a piece of that. Otherwise, I would have put that sword back in the sheath again.
Pitch inside.
It's a good pitch. A little deuce. Ran inside just a little bit. He was trying to be able to sneak that in under the hands. And, again, what you notice is there's a good sophomore pitcher right over here. He went outside with that slider, comes right back in with the hammer on the inside.
2-2 the count to Flores. Nobody out. Runner at second base. Raiders trail the Renegades 12-7.
Good pitch.
In the top of the ninth, and that one.
It's a chase pitch right there that you're trying to get him to swing down and in, but now you got 3-2. So for Pinedo, the good thing that you have right now is a base that's open. When you're up 5 runs, you don't really want this to be a hitter's pitch right here. In this situation, you still got an out.
Full count pitch, swung on and fouled back.
Good two-seamer again that ran right inside of the hitter's hands. But again, this is a situation where you can be competitive, but you don't have to go right at the hitter. You try to be able to get a situation where he's going to flail at this, or worst-case scenario, you get a walk, but it sets up, a force out around. Looks like Arnie Mena got
little something, a little
dirt in
sand in
his
the
eye,
eye, yeah. 3-2 the count, nobody out here in the top of the ninth inning.
Tell you, Arnie Mena also a scratch golfer. Lefty.
Gabriel Flores at the plate,
There it
and he's
is.
going to take the walk. That one was low and outside, and he doesn't chase it. And now there's 2 runners on with nobody out. And coming to the plate, number 11, Ethan Miller.
So, again, backup catcher, what you're trying to, you're thinking, if you're Pinedo, if you've been watching this game, this guy's a backup hitter. So you can get real aggressive with a guy like this coming off the bench. He's a little bit cold. He's not the starter for a reason. Go up there and try to get an out. Ball down.
1-0 the count. And so far, this isn't looking too good. It's 3 walks in a row.
Yeah, Pinedo, again, this is one.
Or I should say 2 walks in a row.
Yeah, at the beginning of the
is
year.
outside on that one.
he's
And he
running out.
loses the ball, and he throws over to first base, and he loses. Is he going to get the call? No, he didn't get the tag in time.
Wrong
He
side
was
of the-
there, but he was on the wrong side of the bag.
Yeah. And again, why the runner on
And
first?
Pacella,
I don't understand.
and the runner first wasn't paying attention, just kind of hung out.
Yeah, as soon as you see that runner on third is going, you got to go. The reason why is because you'd rather have that lead out over here and get the catcher to throw down over to second.
Gabriel Flores kind of asleep at the wheel over there at first base.
Pinedo. Again, down 3-0, but you don't have the luxury of an open base anymore, and you do not want to walk the bases loaded. Even though you're up by 5, what you're trying to do is send a message to these guys. You're up 5. You want to slam the door shut.
Here's the 3-0 pitch. That one hits the outside corner.
And I tell you what.
And again, Smith's still having a little bit of trouble getting that ball back up to the pitcher.
Yeah, viewers don't know this right now in this situation, but I can guarantee you that Smith's got some foul poles that are going to be coming his way.
Well, those legs may be made of rubber right now, too. So it's been a long day. And that one is going to be low.
I don't know
and
exactly
that is going to
how
load
low
the
that
bases
was.
now.
I don't understand what that and even is that Martin out there is kind of looking. He has a great view of where that pitch is, and he even has his hands up like, what do you want this guy to do?
So Gary Lockwood now checking into the game.
No relation to Flint Lockwood from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Lockwood stayed home. He's out of Moorpark High School in Moorpark, California.
That's Julian's favorite movie.
So Lockwood, a pinch hitter, we've been told, not coming into the designated hitter spot for Joshua Brown.
Nope. I've got my eye on you, Lockwood.
Nobody out. 3 runners on here in the top of the 9th inning. The Renegades are leading 12-7. That one hits the outside corner for a strike, and the count's 0-1.
So Pinedo has now been up in the count on all these batters so far to start off each count. And now this is the third 0-2 count that he's had in this inning in 4 batters, yet you've got nobody out and bases loaded. When you look back at this, again, pitching coach is going to be able to say, hey, look, what are we doing with 0-2? Why is it that we have this mental block when we get in this situation? You got to be able to, again, get competitive. You're the closer for a reason.
Lockwood, a little frustrated off that pitch, thought that he had one that he just missed.
Again, that's what you got to do at 0-2. Chase pitch.
Yeah, but the chase pitch has to be a little bit close. Again, we've seen that chase pitch way too far outside, and nobody's going to chase after that. You got to keep it at least a little bit interesting.
That's where Smith has to be able to set up.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Nobody out here in the top of the 9th inning.
Wow, that's a great pitch right there.
And a swing and a miss, and down he goes.
He swung
and
when the ball was
away.
He swung when Smith had it in his glove.
Absolutely. And now Jaden Onaka coming into the game. He's struck out 2 times, walked once, grounded out and flew out. So his 6th at-bat of the night. So that'll tell you exactly how many times some of these guys have gotten up today.
So it's a perfect candidate for a game-ending double play right here.
Yeah, 10th strikeout of the game for the Renegades.
That's one positive.
That one called for a strike. No balls, 1 strike the count now with 1 out.
This is also Arnie's first game of the season, too. You got to remember that.
And it's my first game of the season. It's your first game of the season. It's Julian's first game of the season. Fans, be sure to join us back here tomorrow night at 5 o'clock. The Renegades will take on Moorpark in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Once again, there is no charge to get into any of the Bakersfield College Renegade athletic events this season, so come on out for a great night of baseball. The snack bar is open. Bring your sweaters and parkas and maybe even a heater or two if you got one.
Tomorrow.
It's going to be a chilly one, but BC hopefully. And that one's driven into right field, and it falls. That's going to bring in 1 run.
That's a great throw right there. Whoa.
And that one, they kind of ran into each other.
So, yeah, that situation.
Wow, Nick Vasella, I don't know if he got his hand stepped on or his arm, but he's kind of shaken up a little bit there.
That's a fantastic throw, though, by McDonald. That had no part of the grass on that throw right into Smith. And where Smith set up is right where the base runner was trying to slide in, and he caught part of the cleat and then went down on his arm.
Yeah, I think that he got the plate going across in the first place.
Yeah.
But obviously coming back to double check that.
When Arnie signals safe on the second attempt, that means he didn't actually do it because Arnie wouldn't have done it. He would have already signaled it. He would have already signaled it safe.
So Drew Paez now up to bat with 1 run across and 1 out. Paez struck out in the 8th inning. But, boy, we haven't gone back. I was going to count the numbers, but it's been pretty brutal. A number of walks so far in this game for the Renegades. That's been one of the flaws of their pitching today in this game.
Yeah, including by 2 walks by your sophomore closer. He's 26 pitches in, and he's got only 50% strike ratio.
They've walked 14 runners in the game.
Yeah, and again.
And that doesn't count the hit batters. They've had 3 hit batters.
Pitchers run enough.
So 17 free passes to first base in the game tonight, and BC's going to have to find a way to clean that up.
Yeah, I can guarantee you these pitchers are going to have some foul poles at some point. Yeah.
2 balls, 1 strike, 1 out.
The motto is always 3-1, Tom. We got to have 3 Ks for every walk.
Well, and we have 10 Ks, but 17 base runners.
Yeah, that's not good.
That stat's a little backwards.
Good pitch.
Pitch, that's on the outside corner. He's going to get it, and now the count's 2-2. Bases loaded for the Raiders and a chance for them to kind of get back close to this game. A home run ties it, as much as you don't want to talk about that option.
Have to be a heck of a poke in this weather.
Swing and a miss for Paez, and he goes down again. And 1 out away from the Renegades, putting this one in the bag.
Pinedo finally got his sword out today.
Lucas Riker now up to bat. Walked in his last time up. Pinedo looks in, delivers. That one's off the plate outside. 1-0.
At a Royal High in Simi Valley. It's one of the older high schools in Southern California.
One-0 pitch fouled back to the net, and it's 1-1. It'll be interesting to see where BC goes with the lineup tomorrow. You know, again, I don't want to give any grief too much. Santiago Blanco, though, 3 errors tonight over at shortstop. And I got to wonder, are they going to make a change or are they going to have a little conversation with him?
It's early.
How do they handle that? It's the first game of the season. I understand
It's the first game. You get the jitters out. You get the W. You put the same guys out there to see what happens.
Yeah.
But I can tell you what, it's probably going to be a shorter of a leash as we get Pinedo now 1 strike away from finishing this game out.
Yeah, 1-2 the count, 2 out, top of the 9th. Renegades lead 12-8. Bases are loaded.
Fastball running inside.
Pinedo with the 1-2 pitch. That one's driven into center field, into the
gap.
gap.
Brito
can't get there. McDonald's back there behind him. 2 runs is going to come across. And now the lead is cut 12-10. Runners are at the corners.
That's got to be a better pitch on 1-2 count right there. He was trying to go middle to in on that, but it stayed middle. And all he had to do was be able to slap it into right center field. 2 outs. Everybody was moving on that pitch.
So 3 runs come across here in the inning.
That's an ugly back third of the game right over there to be able to give up 9 runs.
Now it's 12-10.
Mm-hmm.
And a change of some kind. And they're going to do a pinch runner, it looks like. They're going to bring in number 13, Chris Hempel.
Yeah, you're going to try to get the speediest guy on your bench.
And they're going to send Hempel to first base. They're definitely not going to send him to third.
Yeah. Yeah, you want the guy over at first base to be able to score on a double because he's running on contact. So
the tying run is at first base.
And early in the season, you got to already know that whoever's on first base, this ball finds a gap somewhere, you're scoring. That third base coach right there, he's not putting a stop sign up at all.
Well, now I'm trying to figure out what's going on over here because I thought that they had said that Hempel was coming in number 13. But it was number 43. I had the wrong number, so that makes a little more sense. And that's going to be Alex Van.
It looks like Alex Van or Alex Van's second base. I don't know if they actually has.
I think we're a little off on our spacing on that. I think that
might have been
on the roster there.
But Alex Van's second base is pretty awesome, though. that'd be a heck of a name.
Well,
like what position do you play?
No, it's
short.
It's just off. It's off one. It took me by surprise for a second there too.
Sometimes we're like Anchorman. Ron Burgundy, we just read what's
written in front of us.
Exactly.
That's right. Addison Janowitz up to bat now, had a hit in the last inning.
Janowitz again out of Rio Grande High.
Pitch off the plate, way outside, and 1-0 the count. BC 1 out away from putting this one in the bank. But the Raiders of Moorpark College have other ideas as they have 2 runners on and a runner in scoring position.
Right at
third
Brito.
base, and that's going to be right into center field.
Yep, that's do it.
BC is going to put this one away with a 12-10 lead and win. A fantastic night of baseball, the first game of the 2026 season. Once again, I've been Tom Myers, and this was Robert Chavez. Your final thoughts on tonight's game?
Fantastic job by Brady Baird. Good job overall by the offense to be able to move runners over, get timely hitting. Pitching, leaving something to desire, but fantastic work to Jacob Baruman for being able to come in and keep the Renegades competitive for those 3 1/3 and picks up the win.
Absolutely. So we'll be back here tomorrow night as the Renegades take on Moorpark Raiders. Game time set for 5 p.m. Come on out. There is no charge to get into Bakersfield College athletic events this season. Once again, for the Dr. Julian Wilson And Rob Chavez,
Hey, thanks
I'm
for
Tom
having
Myers.
me, man. Appreciate it.
We'll see you next time, everybody.
Bakersfield College Athletics thanks you for watching this broadcast. For more BC Athletics sports videos, highlights, and replays, subscribe to Bakersfield College Athletics on YouTube. And for news, live broadcasts, and schedule information across all our sports, visit GoGades.com.